opening. Good morning. Welcome to 2016 edition of LBR LBO Enterprise Summit. We got a very interesting title, Build Smarter Businesses with Smart Technologies or Be Outsmarted. I know all of you come from smart businesses. That's why you're here. And what we're going to study next 8 hours or a little more than 8 hours, a discussion on a debate and a discussion on how smart technology is going to help our smart businesses to be even more smarter. So first, a very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us. I would like to extend our thanks, our gratitude to all the organizations you guys, everyone here represents. Let me also extend a very warm welcome to all our speakers, all our panelists, and our session chairs who are here, as well as who will be joining us throughout the day. And a very special welcome to our session chairs. Our session chairs have a tremendous task of ensuring that each session is smoothly flown, each session is executed smoothly and productive and enjoyable. And they have been working very hard, doing research on the topics assigned to them, and working with the speakers and panelists. Thank you so much. And we would also like to thank our partners who made this event possible. That's Sampath Bank, Millennium IT, Microsoft, as well as TNS and Storyline, and the two professional bodies who have endorsed the program, that's ACC and CIM. Those who are here, members of these two organizations, please contact your respective organizations for you to get the CPD credit. So that's few things. Unlike any other conferences, we don't want you to switch off your smartphones. Please keep the smartphones on. First, if you have not done so already, please download the mobile app, LBR LBO Companion, from Google Play or from Apple Store. So that's important because you can read speaker bios, you can read the session introductions, and you also can interact with the sessions using the mobile app. Second, if you don't want to use a mobile app, go to lbo.lk/summit, and you should be able to download all the presentations we have here today. Okay, because some of the presentations contain slides which are quite complex, and you might not be able to study them, if you are sitting, little far from the screens. So mobile app, a mobile site, and the way to interact with us is we will display a telephone number, and that telephone number is also at the back of the your booklet. You can text your questions, you can text your comments. You can also take photographs, you can Instagram them, you can put them on your Facebook page and Twitter. The hashtag is given here. So we have listed all the social media sites you can share your content. So that's about a little bit about housekeeping and how we can make your experience productive. So it's customary to pay attention to messages from those who made our event possible. Commercials, please.
Sponsors.
We are the ones who transform a challenge into endless opportunities. We are the ones who let our work define us with our goal to be the best. We are the ones who never stop. And we are the ones who change the face of technology. A partnership with us results only in success, as we always work with integrity, innovation, and excellence. We will forever continue our legacy, because innovation is power, and it is in our blood.
He's always on the phone.
I went to the bank, Amma.
Bank?
My phone is my bank. With Sampath mobile banking, wherever I am, the bank is with me 24 hours a day.
Sampath mobile banking. Convenient, easy, saves time.
Oh, are you also at the bank?
Sampath Bank, we present your future.
The Microsoft Cloud allows us to access information from anywhere.
The Microsoft Cloud allows us to scale up.
Microsoft Cloud changes our world dramatically.
It wasn't too long ago, it would take 2 weeks to sequence and analyze a genome. Now, we can do 100 per day.
With the Microsoft Cloud, we don't have to build server rooms. We have instant scale.
The Microsoft Cloud is helping us to rebuild and reinterpret our business.
This cloud helps transform business. This is the Microsoft Cloud.
Corporate communication partner. Storyline, connecting the dots. Research partner.
Growth. It's your ultimate goal. But in a world where customers have more choice, more information, and more influence, growth can be increasingly elusive. That is, until we get the measure of it. By having more conversations with more consumers than anyone else, uncovering the details that matter most, and defining the precise plan your business needs to expand and grow. By increasing loyalty and new spend, finding new customers, creating new products, and entering new markets. We call this precision growth, and we are TNS.
Endorsed by Think Ahead, ACCA, CIM, the Chartered Institute of Marketing.
So if you are not a Uber user, I can download the app today and you will get 750 rupees with credit for your first ride. And I'm a great Uber fan, and I strongly recommend that you sell your vehicle, retire your driver, and start using Uber. And if you want to check, if you're a Sampath Bank, account holder, if you want to check how many millions are left in your account, you don't need to go to the bank. You can check how many millions are in your bank account by now sending a missed call. So those are great stuff. And Microsoft is a cloud company. They are on cloud. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to hear a lot about how cloud computing is making our lives productive, lives efficient, and lives more meaningful. And Microsoft is in the forefront of cloud computing. And we also thank our other partner, Millennium IT, one of the greatest, one of the leading integrated system integrators in the country, represent a large number of windows and their own technology in the areas of including social conversation and data science and analytics. We thank all our sponsors. One more thing, unfortunately, when you go through the agenda, you realize there's no tea break because we have packed sessions. But we will start serving tea at 10:30. Don't worry, we will not, make you hungry. But if you would like to go out and, stretch your limbs, hands, and then enjoy a cup of tea outside, you can go outside. There are screens outside. You can still follow the proceedings. And if you would like to use the bathrooms, okay, please, washrooms, restrooms, whatever you call them, you can, slowly open the doors and go out and come back. So we will be going right up to lunch. That will be exactly 11:20. So we will be served. So meanwhile, if you want to get an extra cup of coffee and, get some fruits, okay, please go out and enjoy yourself. So that's about it. I would like to now invite Brian from Microsoft to deliver the opening keynote address of LBR LBO Enterprise Summit 2016 edition. Brian is going to tell something very interesting. We are told that we are getting immersed in technology every day, and we will be, connecting through with our friends, and we are enhancing our political, social, economic lives and professional lives through computing and technology. But Brian is going to tell us technology is going to disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and extend a very warm welcome to Brian Keeley, Managing Director of Sri Lanka, Microsoft Sri Lanka and Maldives. Brian, over to you.
Thank you. All yours. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the warm welcome. And thank you everyone for taking the time this morning to attend the summit. These are invaluable events for our industry and for the economy. So thank you for being a leader in your sector and participating today. I'm going to talk a little bit today about digital transformation. And I think I don't like the word disruption because it has a negative connotation. It effectively says that something bad is going to happen to your business. And that may be true, but the fact that you're here today means that you're probably willing to be a leader and drive your industry forward rather than wait until it gets interrupted. And so we work in an industry that does not respect tradition. It only respects innovation. And when we think about what got my company or any company to be the leader in their particular segment, it's asking this question: what if? What if we democratized technology and we made it accessible to everyone on the planet? What about if we change the way in which people interact through across continents and within organizations? And for the last 40 years, that's been a great question to ask: what if? But increasingly, that's not enough. And we think that as we look forward, the question, what's next, is going to be way more important for all of us. Because in a world where, as Lakshman said, people are more informed, customers are more informed, they have the internet, they know what's happening, looking about what if, your customers and your competitors are already doing the same thing. And so asking what's next is a fundamental question for all of us to be able to answer as leaders in our industry. And so at Microsoft, what we're thinking about is what's next and how do we put the pieces in place to create the next wave of commerce, the next wave of productivity, the next wave of computing. And all of this is grounded in this concept of we live in a cloud-first, mobile-first world. And it seems a bit contradictory to say there is two firsts, yeah? So that was the first question we all asked as well. And the reality is that these are symbiotic. They are dependent on each other. People, when we talk about mobile, we don't mean devices that are mobile, we mean the human experience is mobile. I can start working on one thing in one location, I continue working on it while I'm moving, and I might use a different device in a different location to complete the activity that I'm doing, whether it's person to person or person to information. And so this cloud first, mobile first means that those experiences are enabled by both technology, the devices, and the cloud to bring the rich experience and the mobility of experience to life. And so I wanted to ground this conversation today in this worldview. And so when we think about where we can make a big impact, where our mission as a company is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And that on the planet is a super important part of that statement, regardless of where they are. And we could look back and say, our industry has enabled 2.5 billion people on the planet to have access to technology, whether it's via a mobile phone or a computer. However, there's still around 4.5 to 5 billion people that don't have access to technology. And so for all of us, as both leaders in our relevant industries and the technology industry, we need to have some bold ambitions. How do we reinvent productivity and business process to make the things I'll talk about next possible? How do we build an intelligent cloud platform that is not just taking the things and the way we've done things for the last 40 years and moving them to someone else's infrastructure? That's not necessarily outsmarting our competition. So building an intelligent cloud platform is super important. And then the last one is create more personal computing. And by that we mean, how do we interact with technology in a way that's way more accessible? Because for 40 years, as an industry, we've all had to learn how to use technology. And I often tell the story to graduates because they've never lived without technology. As a digital native, someone who's graduating from university today, they've never had a world without technology. But the first time I put a computer in front of my grandmother, who'd spent way more than half her life without a computer, in her home, in her workplace, watching her use a mouse was both unnerving and amusing, partly because it's an unnatural experience. We have this vertical plane and we have this horizontal plane, and the thing I move on the horizontal axis moves something on the vertical axis. And our brains are not wired that way. And so for 40 years as an industry, we've built technology that had a learning curve. That meant that people had to understand how to use the technology as the first barrier to changing their productivity, to changing their life experience. But we think that the way that technology has evolved over the last, say, 10 years is fundamentally about to change. For the last 10 years, what we've heard about is a new shiny device, a better screen, a smaller processor, apps on my phone, and those are great innovations. They really are transformative in the way that our industries work. E-commerce, great transformation. But the next 10 years is about to change the things that we see that will enable commerce. So when computing moves to the cloud and it becomes smarter, more economical, then we fundamentally change not only the opportunity that we can use, but it disappears. We're no longer having conversations as business leaders about these things that are in my basement called servers and these people that care and feed those things. So the technology disappears. When machine learning understands and anticipates our needs and is able to do things on our behalf, again, the technology disappears. I'm not firing up an app or going to a website to do something. The technology is anticipating what I need and transforming. And I'll give you an example of that. So this morning, when I woke up, my phone beeped at me and said, your first meeting is, I need to be here at 8 to get mic'd up, meet the other speakers. Your first meeting is at 8 at Cinnamon Grand. It's going to take you 15 minutes to get there today. Normally it would take 5 minutes. I live just down the road because there's a bit of traffic. And so I didn't have to tell it that I was doing that. The fact that my content of my diary was in the cloud, this personal digital assistant that we call Cortana or Siri or Google Now understood where I was going, what I was doing, understood the concept of places, and was able to put all of that stuff together in the background and alert me through whatever device I was on, whether it was a tablet, PC, a phone, and be able to tell me what I needed to know at the right moment to be able to make a better decision. That's what we mean by the mobile first, cloud first experience. This invisible revolution is really going to change the way in which commerce operates. And that's why when Lakshman and I talked about today, we thought this was a relevant conversation. So when we think about the role of innovation, more often than not, the kinds of innovations we want to see playing the long game, 10, 15 years from now, is really about solving problems that we haven't seen yet. When we have a vision that is 5 to 10 years out in an industry like technology or medicine or even retail, there are going to be things that we cannot do today that we need to solve to be able to achieve that mission. And so when we think about innovation, we think about incremental innovation that happens every day in your organization, and then we think about step change innovation. What are the things that we all need to put together to be able to allow your business to transform? And so, as an example, at Microsoft, in 2000, we have a research and development team. There's about 3,000 PhDs distributed across 9 campuses around the world, and we spend about $10 billion US on research and development every year. And we're not alone. There are other companies that spend significant amounts of money on this kind of research and development. But as an example, in 2000, we tasked our research teams to understand human language. And the reason we did that was because we felt that those other 5 billion people on the planet at that time did not have access to technology, and the learning curve of learning technology was often too great, given all the other things that they needed to be able to do to survive, for them to adapt. And so we said, human language is a natural thing that we learn without even needing to go to a school or lessons from a very, very young age. From 1 or 2 years old, we listen, we mimic, we start to learn language. And so if computers could do that, if we could do speech processing, if we could do voice to text, then we could start to do some really interesting things. About 5 years ago, when we bought Skype, we saw an opportunity to do natural language translation. If you've been to a conference lately, you may have seen the underlying teletext. Today, that's no longer necessary to be a person sitting at a stenographer sitting there and typing that. The technology is good enough in most cases to automatically translate what I'm saying and be able to turn it into text so that you get subtitles without necessarily having to have a person to do that. So that research started 15, 16 years ago. 5 years ago, we bought Skype. A year and a half ago, our new CEO said, we need to bet big on this. We need to take all of this research together and do something really unique. And what was born out of that was Skype Translator. And for those who haven't seen it, Skype Translator is this really fascinating technology where I can be having a voice call, no longer a chat, but a voice call between me and someone else when we don't speak the same language. And what happens is the technology takes what I say, converts it to the language, the text, translates it in real time, and then plays it back to the other person in their native language using my voice. So the computer is able to take my tone, my timbre, all of the parts of my voice. And this is why we have researchers that are looking at linguistics, at sound engineering, and all of those things to make this much more natural than a robot reading someone's language to you. And so you get faster speech, slower speech, tone, all of that non-verbal communication that you wouldn't get if a computer just converted text to speech and read it out like a robot. An example of that. And so there are the 3 areas that we think there's a need for this step change innovation, and then I'll wrap that up and talk a little bit about an example of how that matters in commerce. So the first one is the limits of time. We are fast approaching a place where the data that is created inside our organization every day is more than any of us could consume. So looking at spreadsheets or reports, we're at a point now where there's so much data, our ability to consume that data and actually make good business decisions on it is gone. And you could spend all day, most of us could probably spend, put your hand up if you could spend all day in your inbox and still not get through it all. Yeah, so there's a few hands that go up. So the reality is we need to find a better way, and the limits of time is our most finite resource. It's the one thing we can't buy more of, we can't change more of. And so we think one of the areas that we can make a difference in that is in taking people with expertise to the problem. And this is an example. So this is the Mars rover and taking 3D models of the Mars landscape. And in a few years ago, the way we would have had to do that is to take a expert geologist in planetary geology. And we would have to put them in a rocket and send them to Mars for them to really understand what the landscape feels and looks like. And so we can now use simulation to get 3D holographic projections of that landscape. And in a soundstage, in a simulation, take the researcher that's the expert in interplanetary geology and put them on the Mars landscape, where for all intents and purposes, when they move around, when they look around, that environment is the environment that the Mars rover sees. And they can walk over to a rock and point to it, and the Mars rover will move to that rock, drill a hole, take a sample, send back the data, and I can start to get a very interesting acceleration in how long it takes me to understand these things. What you see in this picture is also a third party, another researcher in another location looking at that same Martian landscape with that researcher. And this is work we're doing with JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratories from NASA, in helping people come together and understand data in a very different way, because this would have been reams and reams and reams of geological survey data. What we think, though, is the next stage is where these simulations don't require you to wear bulky headsets, don't require you to have any specialized equipment on you, but they're built into the environment. And this is an example of a table that can do a holographic projection and show you data in a much more visual way that's three-dimensional and allows you to try different things and do what-if analysis on that. And that's real technology in labs today. The second one is limits of humankind. Humans are great. In fact, humans are very poor compared to other mammals on the planet in pretty much all of the senses. There is an animal on the planet that has a better sense of smell, sense of sight, sense of hearing, sense of touch than we do. So what makes humankind different to all the other mammals on the planet? And we think that the difference is fundamentally about empathy, communication, and creativity. And we have thumbs. They apparently help a lot. And so the difference here is, how do we help humans do what they're great at? And we use machines and machine learning and digital assistants to do the things that we're not great at. We are very poor when compared to computers in parallel processing, multiple things at once. Computers are great at that. We're very poor at repetition. We get bored, we lose attention. And so I was working on a project a year ago with a police department where they had screens and screens and screens in a control center where they were looking at CCTV footage. And the research we did showed that after 30 minutes, that police officer staring at a wall of screens saw zero crime. Zero. They were unable to look at, and that was even with 3 screens. So if we said there's 3 screens, and the screens that the 3 of them are in front of them are the ones that become active when something moves within the other 150 CCTV cameras in that city, if we just brought the things that are moving to bear in front of the police officer, 30 minutes, zero knowledge, zero observation. We are not good at that. And so what we found was we can use technology to identify attitude, behavior, pace, body language, and when people put down a bag, so if you're walking through a train station, I put down a backpack and I keep walking, the system's able to say, that object was on that human being, it was put down on the floor, and the human being kept moving. And so now I raise an alert and I'll put that on the one screen and I'll flash something that the person has to acknowledge and do something about. And as a result, the number of crimes, the number of issues plummeted in that city. So humans are really bad at parallel processing, they're really bad at repetition. Computers are really good at those things. Computers are also really good at taking large amounts of data and synthesizing it down to a small number of things that you need to pay attention to. And we're really good at paying attention to those and making decisions. And so we think that humankind and machines should be able to work together in a symbiotic nature so that the technology is augmenting the human condition, not supplanting it. An example of that is what I just talked about before. When I woke up this morning, my phone, it's a very basic, simple example of technology anticipating my needs and being able to, I wouldn't have woken up this morning and looked at the traffic report. There was way too many other things I could have done with that time than looked at the traffic report. But as a result, I got here on time. This is Cortana, the digital assistant. It is the first iteration, the first generation. If you think about Cortana, Google Now, and Siri, they are the first generation of these things. They're not the last. It will continue to evolve at a rapid pace. And so what we're thinking about now is how do we take those assistants and in a trustworthy way that respects privacy, has security, how do we create a network of these things that really changes the way in which we look at technology and is able to facilitate commerce, to facilitate person-to-person interaction, person-to-business interaction. And so there's this new concept in the market called conversations as a platform. And this is, if you take one thing away from my talk today, I would want you to think about how could you use conversations as a platform as a way of enabling new business models, new interactions with customers. And so we think that technology is about augmenting human experiences and abilities. We think that if it's not trustworthy, it will not be used. People will not use technology they don't trust. And so we have to demonstrate why it's trustworthy, and it has to be inclusive and respectful. And I'll give you an example, because someone will probably ask about it in the Q&A. We've been running a research project in China for the last 3 years. And we built this AI, this artificial intelligent chatbot in China called Zhaois. And Zhaois has 50 million friends. She communicates with people on WhatsApp, on Skype, and on the Chinese equivalent of Facebook. And she has people proposing to her. We get gifts sent to our office in China because they think it's a real person. And this is a digital artificial intelligence bot. And she's able to have really quite meaningful conversations, ask questions, learn, adapt. And so we've been doing that for about 2.5 years. Massive success, lots of great feedback, lots of huge learnings out of that human-machine interaction experience. 2 weeks ago, we released one on Twitter called Tay. And Tay had one fundamental flaw. She would repeat things that you said to her if you asked her to. And some mischievous hackers decided what they would do is they would ask her to repeat really hateful, racial, terrible things. And she did. And then people took screenshots of that and posted it on social media. Microsoft's chatbot's gone rogue. She's now insulting people. You know, not a great experience for us, but a great learning for us about how this technology needs to be trustworthy and inclusive and respectful. And so there's a consumer version of that, and then there's what I'll talk about in a minute, which is where commerce can be enabled by these technologies. And so there's 3 components to this conversations as a platform. People, obviously. Digital assistants, which is sort of a meta way of the digital assistant is something you trust that knows you. They act on your behalf and they are uniquely yours. They're your virtual assistant. And then there's this concept of bots. I just want you to understand these 3 things. A bot, a robot, belongs to an endpoint, a commerce company. It could be generally it's a company, but it could be something like agoda.com. Could have a bot, and I could say to my assistant, can you find me a room in Singapore next week? Same way I would to my personal assistant today, I could say to my chatbot. I could say it by voice, I could say it by text. She could even look in my calendar and say, I've got a flight to Singapore and I don't have a room booked. I need to do something about that. And so this concept of bots is the other end that the company that's trying to serve me or sell me something will look at to understand what I want and what they could offer me. And so I'm just going to show you a little video of that in action. It is a consumer example, but I want you to look at it from the perspective of the people that are offering services to the end customers in this and how it might apply to your business. Before I do, we would say human language is the new user experience, user interface. The technology today is good enough for most of us that it will understand us. The bots are the new apps. So apps are great for what we call the head end of use cases. Apps are fantastic, but how many people have more than 5 apps they use every day? More than 10 that you use once a week? More than 10 apps on your phone that you use once a week? I counted the other day, I've got 117 apps on my phone, and the vast majority of them I've never opened. Or I've opened once and went, yeah. So I've got Agoda and TripAdvisor and all of those other things. The problem is, if I want a hotel in Singapore, I'm not going to open 5 different apps, punch in the same information, ask it a question, hopefully get some results, then switch between them and compare. It's a horrible experience. So for those tail experiences, the occasional use, apps are generally pretty poor as an experience. For the head end, there's probably 5 or 10 examples where apps are really, really useful, and there's certain use cases where they're important. So I'm not saying apps are not good, but this new experience is bots and assistants. And then intelligence learning built into all of these experiences. So let me show you the video.
Cortana, I want to dress like this. Can you help me find it?
I like this one. Yes, please. Can I get it in a size 6? Cool. Cortana, please give them my payment and shipping info.
So the last thing I want to briefly talk about is the limits of computation. For 40 years, Moore's law, which is that computing power doubles about every 18 months, the number of transistors on a chip, but that roughly equates to the price of processing, has been doubling every year, every 18 months for nearly 40 years. All the experts agree that's reached a tipping point. And so one of the areas that the big organizations are investing is the limits of computation. And one of those is things like homomorphic computing. Big word. Basically what it means is the ability for systems to interact on data that they can't see. Really amazing concept. It's got a quantum computing next. But again, from a trust perspective, if you can give your data to someone who can't read the data but can do something with it, fascinating use cases from a trust perspective. And so we think that the next wave of technology and the things that commerce expects from the industry is scalable, intelligent, and secure. No one's going to use something they don't trust. And if they do, they're not going to use it for very long once their trust is broken. And so I want to end by saying the way that we think about technology is yesterday's achievements were very visible. A new phone, a new tablet, a new device, a new app. When computing moves to the cloud, computing becomes less visible and more powerful and cheaper. When the systems anticipate my needs and give me options and anticipate what I need, then they fundamentally disappear in the equation. And when computing becomes embedded into the built environment, we think that computing becomes invisible, and those breakthroughs will be what drives the next wave of innovation in technology. So let me close by sharing and building on my favorite quote, which is, any sufficiently advanced technology at the time it's implemented is indistinguishable from magic. That's Arthur C. Clarke's comment. And I think that any sufficiently advanced technology should disappear. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brian. You can sit down. Thank you so much, Brian. So somebody asked me, somebody is very close to my life, what is cloud computing? I think, okay, you are using cloud computing. And she said, what? Okay, I don't know about any cloud computing. I asked, are you using Gmail or Microsoft 360? Yes, I do. Don't you talk to your sister-in-law through Facebook? Yes, I do. I said, those are two examples of cloud computing. So the point Brian trying to make is that technology has become so pervasive and so integrated with our lives, we simply don't notice it. So it's wonderful. Thank you so much for your opening keynote. Brian, please put your hands together and thank Brian, please. So if you have not downloaded the mobile app, kindly there are QR codes here, and please do download and read the bios. You may notice that we don't read biodata of our speakers. It is not to show any disrespect. In the interest of time, we think the best way to pay respect to our speakers is to give as much time as possible for them to share their views, experience, and perspectives. So we are a very content-focused company, and we do not, spend time on, which are not related to content. So please do read the bios of speakers and get familiarized with their background and the kind of work they do. That will help you to put their speeches in perspective. Our next speaker is Chris Kanagaratna, and Chris is I don't think Sri Lankan audience require any notice, any introduction to Chris Kanagaratna, who is one of the tech pioneers Sri Lanka has produced. Chris is going to speak to us about the smart technologies, how smart companies are leveraging smart technologies to create new value to stakeholders, create new values to consumers, new values to customers, new values to on employees, and new values to shareholders, and new values to communities. And what can we do? Okay, if we have not started, leveraging smart technologies, what can we do? What is, how we can, leverage smart technologies in our own workplace, in our own business models, in our own business places to create great value. So the next speaker is Chris. Please give us about a minute until Chris prepares. We prepare Chris for the speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chris Kanagaratne. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Lakshman.
Time is there. Okay, 20 minutes. Thanks.
By the way, Lakshman's last words to me was, I have 20 minutes, so I'm moving real fast here. First and foremost, big round of applause to Lakshman and LBR for setting this up. It's a great event, isn't it? So I thought I'll spend a few minutes with you and share what we are seeing in the market from the lens of a very fast-growing business consulting and IT outsourcing firm. And I think the sort of theme behind what I'm going to share with you today is how businesses have evolved. There are high-tech businesses that are upstarts, that are very rapidly taking over market share. And then there are established enterprises who are all working diligently to figure out how they can make head or sense out of what's going on there today. A large part of what I'm going to cover with you, it's truly about the experience and how experiences are driving fundamental change in business models, obviously enabled by technology. But at the end of the day, it's really about creating what I call a visceral or a galvanizing experience for end consumers and customers. I'll spend a moment with you to share with you a little bit about Vatusa, and then provide you with some examples of how technology is making fundamental change in the world that we live in. So with that said, what would life be like today without some of the names that you see on the screen right now? Could you even imagine what life would be like if you couldn't use your favorite app when you want it, how you want it, to do something pretty profound? Can you imagine if you couldn't go to a new city, and if you couldn't get an Uber, or if you couldn't book an Airbnb, or you couldn't use Waze to get from point A to point B? In the last 10 years, there has been fundamental and profound change in business that has made our lives so much better. I am sure I'm probably a generation ahead or older than many of the millennials in this room. And when I ask my kids or I ask millennials, this is the only thing they know. For them, life without a digital device, without their favorite apps, is quite candidly not something that they can even come to grips with. So with that said, we have found certain observations or patterns about these innovators, or who we call digital pioneers, who have completely revolutionized business models. And I want to share with you a few of those observations. So what market did Uber really go after? Can anyone tell me? Was it the black car or limousine marketplace? Or was it a better way of hailing a cab? Anyone? What they went after were adjacencies, see, in an industry called transportation. Every limousine company could have easily have created an app. As a matter of fact, we helped some of the leading limousine companies to build a mobile app. But none of those limousine companies were thinking about disintermediating and disrupting the taxi cab market. They were not thinking about transportation. They were thinking about creating a slightly better mousetrap for their age-old service, which was limousine service. So what I'm getting at here is that when Uber sat back and the founder of Uber looked at the world, he didn't look at it from the lens of a limousine company. He didn't look at it from the lens of a yellow cab service or a taxi cab service. He looked at it from the perspective of the adjacencies that comprise the transportation industry. Here's my favorite. How many of you use Waze? W-A-Z-E, the mapping app. If you don't, you got to download this. It's a simple app called Waze, W-A-Z-E. Waze is nothing more than a mapping application. It basically takes a location where you are, it asks you where you want to go, and it basically creates the fastest path to get there. We've all used apps like that, right? Maps, Google Maps. Interestingly, Google Maps have been around for many, many years, for probably a decade or more, but Google paid $3 billion to buy Waze. Now, why would Google pay $3 billion to buy Waze, which is basically Google Maps, a clone of Google Maps? It's one fundamental difference. Waze decided to use driver sourcing or crowdsourcing to create a much richer experience for consumers, thereby providing more accurate, real-time data to be able to route and reroute a driver on their path so they can get to their destination a lot faster. But here's the best part of it. As you use Waze, you can also inform all the other commuters in your area of things like police activity, of hazards. How many of you have been driving down the Southern Expressway and got a ticket for speeding? A few of you have, right? So in the US, Waze has completely disrupted the radar manufacturing market. And how so? I drive from Boston to New York. I live in Boston, just outside Boston, and I have multiple offices in New York, and I drive once a week. I leave Boston, go to New York. It's about 200 miles each way. Prior to getting on Waze about 3 years ago, every year I used to go out and buy the latest, hottest radar detector that I could find, right? And my entire purpose in life was to make sure that I was warned, I had a little bit of a pre-warning against a cop with a laser gun who was about to catch me for speeding. But every year, about 3 to 4 times, I would get nabbed. Ever since I got Waze 3 years ago, I haven't had one speeding ticket. Let me explain why. Right? With Waze, I get advance notice of police activity before I actually get there. With a radar detector, it's inevitably too late. I've already hit the trap, and all I can do is to slam on my brakes, but most often it's a little bit too late. The reason I bring this up though, why is it that the radar detector manufacturers, they spend billions of dollars as an industry on innovation? How is it that they didn't think about disrupting themselves and creating an app that could, in a very different way, provide alerts in a much superior way, obviously, than the last-minute warning of a radar company or a radar detector? Again, see, it's those adjacencies. The reason Google paid $3 billion for Waze is because it went well beyond that of just mapping. It was mapping, it was crowd or driver sourcing, it was disintermediating adjacent markets to create a much better experience for a driver, right? And that's, by the way, true of all of these upstarts who are very rapidly changing business models. Now, juxtapose that, and I can talk passionately for hours about some of these new business models, technology, and experiences that have fundamentally changed how we live our lives, our day-to-day lives. And now you juxtapose that with some of these large established enterprises who are all attempting to build new and better ways for their consumers to transact with them. But none of these apps have gone viral. AIG is one of our clients. They're one of the largest providers of property and casualty insurance. We are working with AIG in their markets that they've selected to essentially create digital app-based products and solutions. But the fundamental difference is that the established industries think of themselves in terms of who they are and how to be a little better in terms of what they're doing. They don't fundamentally think of themselves in terms of disrupting themselves or against upstarts who could completely obliterate their business models. There are three paradigms that we have seen, or three observations. The first is that these apps that go viral provide an incredible experience to consumers. It's 24/7, it's omni-channel, it's on your favorite digital device, and it lets you transact when and how you want to. The second is that it creates a solution based on multiple adjacencies in the markets that they've chosen. And the third, that it's end-to-end, as in it's seamless. Right? So if you can bring the adjacencies in a market or an industry together with great experiences defined by useful, usable, and most importantly, desirable together, you can create something that's incredibly valuable. That will fundamentally change the way consumers look at the provider that they are working with. Brian here earlier talked about Moore's Law. And we all know that Moore's Law has basically defined the rate and pace and speed at which chip performance improved, i.e., chip performance doubled every 18 months, as Brian said, for about the last 40 years. We were recently at a very large conference in Vegas. It was the Adobe event, with probably 15 or 20,000 of our colleagues at that event. And what became so clear to us is that today, consumers are applying Moore's Law to what they expect in terms of the experience that they want from their providers. And their expectations are that the consumer experience will double every 18 months. And the good news is that the technology, the enabling technology is now available to be able to provide incredible consumer experiences to end consumers and end customers. So these are some of the enabling technologies. Brian spent a great deal of time going over some of the technologies. So what I thought I'll do is I'll use an example for you of bringing all this technology together in banking to create a much more holistic and a much richer consumer experience. We work, by the way, with about 9 of the top 12 US banks. Very, very strong expertise in banking and financial services, specifically in what we call consumer and retail banking, which is basically those of you that have an account with a bank like JP Morgan Chase will most likely, especially as time goes on, do more and more of your transactions online on your device, as opposed to walking in to a branch office or going to a teller for that matter. By leveraging things like social, the Internet of Things or IoT and sensors, big data analytics, we've been able to create some very rich banking experiences for our clients and consumers. So as an example, many years ago, 5 years ago, we were the first to launch for one of our large clients, check deposit, where you could basically take a photograph of your check and deposit it without ever going to a branch office. That was very novel back then. That was 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It was 2010. Since then, we have been on the cutting edge in banking of launching several new products and services, where today you could, on your cell phone, if you want to do a banking transaction, it will basically look at the activity in all of the branches close by in big cities like New York, where there is a bank branch almost on every city corner. And it will basically tell you, if you go to walk 3 blocks, you will be able to finish your transaction, have a much better experience, not be as frustrated, and walk out, as opposed to if you went to the branch that's right next to you, right? So a few-minute walk will save you a lot of aggravation and save you a lot of time. And the reason we can do this is because by using things like IoT and sensors, we can monitor the traffic that's coming into each of the branches. And once we have that data, with the personal demographic information of the user, and an understanding of what they want to do, we can very quickly compute what the best experience would be for that consumer. So once again, it's about the experience. It's about creating galvanizing experiences for end consumers. I thought I'd spend a moment with you and share a little bit of background on Virtusa. Virtusa is one of the fastest growing business consulting and IT outsourcing firms in the world. We're about 20,000 people now. We started Virtusa in 1996 in my basement just outside Boston and right here in Colombo at 9 Horton Place. And we have rapidly seen very significant growth, primarily because we've been helping our clients innovate, going from on-premise to online to mobile first, tablet first, and now omnichannel digital. And we believe that this space is going to expand and grow exponentially in the years to come, especially as consumers and providers start looking at technology as a vehicle to expand their addressable markets and provide much better services to end consumers. About 250 clients, mostly very large enterprises, the Global 2000. In revenue, on a pro forma basis in the most recent year, Virtusa did $882 million. We did have a strategic acquisition. We acquired a company called Polaris Consulting and Services out of India. Over the last 10 years, and ever since we took the company public, Virtusa has continued to grow at approximately 23.7% year on year. So what does Virtusa do? On the one side, we help our clients grow their business. In the perspective of growing their business, it's all about helping our clients double down on digital, double down on new business models so they can expand their addressable markets. On the other side of the spectrum, we help our clients reduce their costs of operations or reduce the BAU costs. We do that primarily through helping our clients rationalize and consolidate their IT infrastructures. Our largest client is Citigroup. Citigroup spends over $120 million a year with Virtusa. And as I said earlier, we work with 9 of the top 12 US global banks. I thought I'll end with one example that I think would be important to all of us at some point in time. So medical adherence in the US is a very significant problem. And the reason it's a problem is because for a variety of reasons, a patient may or may not take their specific medical regimen that's been prescribed, creating a loss to insurance companies, to hospitals, to providers, etc., that amounts to tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars a year. We are working with one of the largest drug distribution companies called Cardinal Health to basically create a very significant breakthrough, we believe, in terms of how Cardinal can help patients and their families adhere to medical regimens. The solution is based on leveraging things like IoT, digital, cloud, social, many of those topics that we've already discussed, but bringing them together so that we can create a medical adherence app for patients. The way this works is that when a medical regimen has been prescribed, we work with Cardinal to essentially create what's called a blister pack. So every capsule will be in a blister pack, and the moment that blister cap is blistered or removed, a little signal goes off because it has a sensor right on the blister pack, up onto an app on the cloud, which then has a corresponding companion app that gets updated about the fact that a patient took his or her medication. By taking this data, not only can we provide a better experience for the patient's family. My mom, who's here in the audience, luckily she's not on any medication, but if she ever does have to go on some medication, I could be in New York and know that my mom has actually taken her meds. Her provider, her doctor, could see the same thing. And the best part of this is for insurance companies, as a result of a better experience for the patient, a social community who can actually aid and help the patient adhere to the medical regimen. The reality is that that will dramatically reduce the insurance costs that are incurred today. Now, that might be really good for the insurance companies who obviously insure our people and they make great profits. But it's actually really good for the consumer too, because it will reduce my insurance costs if I adhere to my medical regimen. So you can see how this virtuous cycle has been brought together, all because of technology. I'm trying to speed things up a little bit. We're running a bit behind. So in closing, I truly believe that every one of you in this room has an opportunity to evaluate what you or your firm does, to evaluate adjacencies around your firm in the industries that you operate in, and come up with novel ways to dramatically change how your business supports end consumers. And here's what will happen if you don't. The chances are that you will be disrupted. Would you believe that in the last 10 years, the Fortune 500, almost 50% of the then Fortune 500 is no longer amongst the Fortune 500. So none of us are above being disrupted. You've been a great audience. Thank you for being here. Love being here. Thank you, Lakshman, for setting this up. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a happy. So thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Chris. No, the mic is not on. So thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. So message from Chris is very clear. Don't even bother about making a good mousetrap, because even a better mousetrap is not going to work. So thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move over to the first session where we are joined by three other speakers. Faisal Asfaq from Google, and Ramesh Hanavan from Simcentric, and Chris and Brian will also join. And it is my pleasure to invite Peter Almeida to moderate this session. Please put your hands together and welcome our speakers. So it is. So let's listen to Faisal from Google. Faisal.
Right. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming, and thank you for taking out the time to talk about something which we believe is extremely important: the smart businesses, the danger of being outsmarted, and how you can leverage some of the technologies that we have to become a smartened business, and how to add value using some of the tools that we have at our disposal. So my name is Fazl Ashfaq, ASHFAQ. Okay, I've corrected it. I'm the country lead for Sri Lanka and Bangladesh at Google. We work primarily with organizations in the countries, in these two countries, and try and help them make the most of digital and help them use digital to its true potential. So I have a few talking points around what we're doing in digital and how that can help your organization become smarter and avoid the threat of being outsmarted by some of the solutions and some of the better mousetraps that we've heard about. So if I could jump straight to the presentation, please. So we're going to talk about three things. I usually like to keep things very simple, very much narrative-based. So even if you're right at the back, you should be able to see the three themes and the three icons. And I'll just talk a little bit more about what's there behind them. I've tried to personalize this to this audience, so I hope you respond back with some interactivity on what you think of what's happening. So the first narrative that I'd like to share is that of micro moments. And across Google, what you would see is that we talk about micro moments and not about Google moments or not about particular technology, but about taking the consumer and looking at his life as a series of small moments, which are extreme. At that point, the customer is extremely, or the consumer is extremely vulnerable. And I'll talk to you about some of the examples and how that plays out. So it's a short video before we jump into the examples.
Do you hear a clicking or a grinding sound when you turn the key?
So the thought behind this is that, let's think about life as a series of micro moments. And this does not apply only to, consumer facing businesses, but also to businesses looking inwards. And if for a moment, and just like Brian did earlier, let's just look into our lives and the moments that we have. So research says that you look at your phone about 150 times a day on average. So here I've put together some of the moments that could play out. So check your email, wake up, check your email, check the time, message from a colleague of mine. And it goes on to a series of things that I do. But the reality is that these larger moments are divided into smaller micro moments, which could play out when I wake up in the morning. I'm actually looking for a place to have lunch, how to fix something, vacation destinations. I'm trying to convince my wife to spend some time in Sri Lanka along the business trip. So that's something that I'm looking at literally on a daily basis. And that's something where at a point at which I'm really receptive to information, and I'm on Google looking for ways in which I can plot out an itinerary, and that's a micro moment. And it goes on and on about hiking videos, looking at online deals, etc. So one example of an organization that used this really well was a hotel chain that looked at the fact that there were about 80,000 flight cancellations a day across the US. And what they said was, how can we take advantage of all these consumers who are all these people who are frustrated, they are not able to get home in time? How can we go and influence that micro moment? So the thought behind that was to target those individuals who are in an airport around the time that a flight is canceled. So they're hooked up their database to the central, the flights. So there are lots of apps that open this up, but they connected to that, and they were able to target people right at that point at a specific location. Take advantage of that one moment where people are very frustrated. They're looking for alternative flights, and they said, you know what? If you just want a place to stay the next 6 hours before the next flight takes off, come to our hotel. A great example of how you used a moment to add value to the people's lives. Another example is Sephora. So Sephora looked at the fact that people in in stores were coming in, and they were browsing, and they were on their phone. So they would go through the aisle, but they'd be on their phone. And what they thought initially was that people were comparison shopping. They're looking for cheaper places to buy this product. Can I buy this online? Can I buy this somewhere else? And they did something which is a little rare, is they actually went out into the store and started talking to the consumers. And they said, can we just see what you're doing? And store managers across the organization went and actually just asked people to show their phones. And they found that instead of prices, people are actually looking at reviews. So they weren't looking for a cheaper place to buy, but they were looking for social validation from their social network or from other individuals. So what they did instead was they went back and rebuilt an app around that micro moment, where you are looking for validation, you're looking for a review, and the entire app was built around that experience, something that was of value to them. So 3 things that you would like to do: talk about moments that matter. What's the story that you're telling across those moments? Is it making you a little smarter? Are you still stuck in the traditional way of approaching the problem? And what are the business outcomes that you're driving in this regard? So one of the other things that's a wave that's going through is e-commerce. And e-commerce and how that is disrupting organizations. Again, a way to think about how we are, can we get smarter about the way in which we're touching the lives of those that interact with our organization. So how many of you have heard of the online shopping festival that's going on in Sri Lanka at the moment? Nobody? Oh, I see some hands. Yes, a couple. So some shy hands going up, but essentially, for those who do not know, Google has launched an online shopping festival in the country on the blueprint of what's happened in other countries. So essentially, we went out to a number of online retailers and we said, why don't you put up deals around the out of the time and help people take advantage of this particular period to avail some online deals. It's our attempt at kickstarting the e-commerce space in the country. So If you haven't, go to megapolar.lk. That's the website. We'd love to hear about what it is that we're doing right, what it is that we can do better. But just in terms of businesses, we've interacted with a couple of our partners and thinking about ways in which they can get smart about online delivery and online channel that they're using for their businesses. So this is what the website looks like. One platform, 3 weeks, 30 plus merchant deals. But I think what I really want to share with you was the point of being a little smart about it. So not only did we go online, but we also looked at how we could reach out offline. So we went to different cities within the country, and we actually just gathered a crowd and talked to them about how you can transact online. A very offline way for Google to think, but something that we found added a lot of value. And I'll just share some numbers around the impact that created. So 58% of the shoppers so far, so the festival's still ongoing, but 58% of them were outside Colombo. Not the traditional way of how a retailer would think. Most of the partners that we have on board usually service the Western Province and Colombo. Here we found all of a sudden there's a new way to reach out to people across the country. We also found that 1 in 4 purchases came from new users. It's not your existing set of users. You're talking to a new set of people, some of which have never really transacted online, some of whom are coming online for the first time. So massive, massive success, great learnings for us, lots of data to look at for us and our partners. And this was a surprising one for me. The average basket size is extremely high. So people sitting within the country in various places are buying, and then we talked to a couple of them. They're selling things on to people within the city or the village. Again, a very, very different way of thinking, one that conventionally you wouldn't have thought of. How is it that you can think about the person looking at buying a huge basket? This is not about 1,000 rupees or 1,500 rupees. This is somebody who's acting more like a reseller for your organization. On to the last aspect, online video, and how that can be used. So I encourage you to think about how video and online video can be used by your organization. Not many of you would know that we launched YouTube Sri Lanka a few weeks back. So essentially, now if you in Sri Lanka go to YouTube, you'd go to what we call a country lens, and you would be able to see videos that are popular for that country. And what happens is that there are a number of programs that we launch alongside YouTube whenever it comes to a country. And I'd just like to talk about one of them, which is the ability to monetize content online and the ability for an entrepreneur to put out content that he or she can gain money from. So Jehan R, some of you might have heard of him. What he talks about is videos that relate to Sri Lanka and uses that as an income stream. How can that be used by your business? How are you preparing for this revolution? What can you do to get your business model and to adapt that to one where online video could potentially be a source of new revenue? Thank you.
I'd like to now call upon Romesh Ranagana, the Global CTO and the MD in Sri Lanka for SimCentric.
වීඩියෝ එකෙන් පටන් ගන්න. ඔක දාලා Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Romesh. I'm sure I work for a company called SimCentric, which I co-founded about 7 years ago with a friend of mine from Australia. We are a Sri Lankan company. We've been based in Sri Lanka for the last 7 to 8 years. And all the development, every single product that we developed over the last 7, 8 years has been developed in Sri Lanka using Sri Lankan engineers. We, however, keep a very, very low profile because we don't really do any business in Sri Lanka. But basically, we are a global gaming company. But a gaming company with a difference. What we develop is simulations, and most of our products are simulation game-based products that we produce for different militaries around the world for them to train. And on that front, we are one of the few companies in the world which has totally disrupted the way that militaries work. Now, you may be wondering what somebody who builds something for the military coming here and talking to you guys. Well, the main reason why my talk is going to be focused on what I'll be on simulations is that what I feel is that a lot of the experiences and the motives behind why the military uses simulations are hugely applicable to any business. The application of smart technologies, simulations, serious games, gamification, when they are applied correctly to businesses, the value addition to those businesses can be enormous. And what my talk is going to be divided into three parts. I have a very, very short time, but basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you one of our core products, one of our flagship products, and explain to you why this has disrupted the military, the way the military works now, using our software. And number two, I'm going to use that experience and try to explain to you how those type of models can be also applied to businesses to greatly enhance, have qualitative improvements in how the business operates, how the customers interact, how staff is trained. And finally, if there is time, I'll talk very briefly about some of these keywords that float around everywhere, from serious games, gamification, simulations, and try to give you at least a very, very brief understanding of what these are, and not to get so that if you want to apply some of those technologies within your companies, you know exactly which one of those you should be selecting. So this first product, this video that I'll be showing you in a couple of minutes, is this product called VBS Fires, which is a product that we developed from scratch. And this is a specialized trainer for training for what's called call for fire. Now, call for fire in the military is when soldiers are calling for fire from either artillery or from airstrikes. And this, historically, for the last 400, 500 years, the way that soldiers have been trained is with blackboards, with notebooks, with mathematics and things like that. And when they're actually trained on the field, because running one single training mission would probably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you have an airplane involved, you're talking about $1 million for a 1-hour training session, was impossible. So basically what we've done is we built a huge simulator which covers all three aspects of any one of these call for fire scenarios, which is number one, the commanders, who do what's called battle space management and know where the aircraft should be placed, where the guns should be placed. You have the guys who are manning the guns, and you have the guys who are flying the aircraft. And number three, every single time this happens, there's always a guy who goes in front close to where they're firing at, and will then relay instructions to the guys who are flying the planes or manning the guns. Now what we have done as SimCentric is we have built smart technology, AI-based technology, which simulates all three aspects of this process. And what we allow through our simulations is that anybody who what we provide through our simulations is what's called man in the loop, which means either a commander or a pilot or one of the guys who goes in front, who's called forward observer, can step in at any time, play a mission, and our AI will take over and handle all the other aspects of a mission that's running. Now, this, like I said, has disrupted technology, disrupted the way the military trains, because earlier, most of the staff were not trained properly on this, and when there was a call for fire, there was a miss, there would be big civilian casualties, and also they could only train at specialized facilities, they couldn't train at home, whereas with our software, We built it in such a way that they can run it on their laptops, they can run it on their smartphones, they can run it on virtual reality systems, they can train collaborative missions with other countries, so on and so forth. So start with the video. All right. So just to give you some context on this product is currently used by the US Army, the US Marine Corps, the UK MOD, France, Germany, all NATO countries for almost all their training at the moment. And it has disrupted the way these guys train from the bottom up. And now, how can this type of technology, what are the advantages? What are the advantages of using a system of this sort? I'm going to skip over some slides because I'm running out of time. But basically, what we have with this type of technology is that it allows an organization to put into context everything that employees and customers should know. So, for example, a good example that I always talk about is taxi drivers. Now, let's say if you've been to London, you know that London's full of taxis. But one of the things that you need to do to be a London taxi driver is to get taxi driver certification. Now, to get this taxi driver certification, even with GPS available now, every single taxi driver in London has to know every single road in London, how to get from point A to B. And they actually have a test that they have to do to be able to get this license to be able to drive in London. Now, and this is usually a problem. Now, for example, if you use gamification for this, let's say number one, you wanted to find out whether a driver knows how to get from A to B. Now, very simply, if you want to know whether a driver knows a route, what you would do is you would have a map-based game, which a driver could then plot out how he would get from point A to point B. Now, this can be an instructional tool. It can be made into a game so that different drivers are given the same scenario and they have to compete against each other to find out who comes up with the best route. Or even better, if you want to turn it into real gamification, is what taxi companies in London are actually doing, is that they put trackers in all the taxis that are actually out there. And they collect information on where they're starting from and where they're going. And when they get when they've taken a ride or when they've got to their destination, they actually compare the route that they've taken against the optimal route that they should have taken at the time, based on traffic, based on congestion, whatever. And then each taxi driver is given a score. And at the end of the month, based on the optimal, how optimal your routing has been, each taxi driver is given a score, and bonuses, inducements, everything is based on those payments. So things like that, if gamification is used properly, it can really change the way that all these organizations operate. So for example, what are the benefits of using this type of technology within your company? So for example, in terms of customers, it's really useful for data collection. It's very good to get feedback from the customers because you know what you're doing. And it's very easy to teach customers or tell customers what you expect them to do. But as far as employees, which is what we do, training for employees, the amount of value you get from using these type of technologies, proper simulations, good simulations, realistic simulations, good gamification, is the tests that they do are usually impartial, because once you put it in place, there's nobody who can change it. Everybody knows what they're doing. They're usually very simple. The feedback you get from the employees when they are running a simulation is immediate. The moment they do it, you know what they're doing, whether they're doing it correctly, and they can send you feedback. Recognition, if somebody does well, based on whether somebody likes that person or not, if you scored well, then you're recognizing the company immediately. Mastery. Mastery is basically, because employees are taught how to do something properly, they become very good at it very fast without having to wait for people's listening. Motivation, because you know if you're doing well, if you're scoring well, you want to move further ahead. Clarity, which is you know exactly what you should be doing next, what are your next steps. Autonomy, it allows employees to learn on their own, and training. And one of the biggest things with using simulation and gamification for companies is that it allows companies to embed knowledge of the experts within the company, within the system, so that even if that person leaves the company in a month's time, a year's time, 5 years' time, that person's knowledge, what that person contributes to the company is embedded in the system, which means that the company is never going to lose that information. I think I'm running out of time, so I think I'll join the conversation also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramesh. Can you hear me, guys? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ramesh. And very unusually for LBR LBO, we are running terribly out of time. It looks like, Lakshman, you're clearly being outsmarted by somebody. So having said that, because we generally have about 45 minutes for Q&A, so now it looks like we have about 20 minutes. So, and we need to give time for the members of the audience who've been sitting very patiently, wanting to engage with us. So let's see if they can get 10 minutes from the next session. So let's jump very quickly to the topic that we're discussing today, which I don't know whether it got enough attention. Some of you did, obviously, about building smarter business or getting outsmarted. And I was looking at an Accenture GE research, 2016, that spoke about big data analytics being spoken of as the top priority. And I pose this question to you, Chris, so that you can get your mind around this, or one of the top 3 priorities of the overwhelming majority of those who were interviewed. 84% of executives surveyed believe the use of big data analytics as the power to shift the industry's competitive landscape within a year. And even more ominous, 89% said that not adopting big data analytics strategies in the next 1 to 3 years will result in companies losing market share. Now, today we heard a lot about the wonderful, exciting stuff that's out there in the world. I look around at this audience and I see people across banks, telcos, conglomerates sitting here, and the Sri Lankan landscape is utterly primitive. It looks like we are living in a cave. Why is it that while this is so compelling, that at least in Sri Lanka, I don't know your experience in other countries, that there seems to be an appalling apathy, a lack of interest, a lack of concern, a lack of urgency to adopt some of these basic technologies which we now even begin to question that they're smart technology?
So, Peter, I think first and foremost, big data is at the epicenter of creating great moments or great experiences. You can't create a great experience, you can't create a great moment if you don't have access to big data and you have a good understanding of what that consumer's likes are, dislikes, social affiliations, and a variety of other information. Most enterprises are throwing out way more data that can be consumed by anyone in even a lifetime. They're probably throwing out more data in a day that can be consumed in a lifetime. So assuming that that's the case, to create galvanizing experiences, you have to be able to leverage big data and big data analytics to be able to create visceral, exciting, invigorating moments. As far as Sri Lanka is concerned, I truly believe that there is huge opportunity ahead of Sri Lanka to embrace some of the technology advancements that are taking place.
I'm sorry, Chris, I'm going to butt in. In the interest of time, I do understand that the potential. My question is, what is stopping the Sri Lankan businesses, by and large, there are some who are doing very primitive work, by and large, from embracing this technology? Do you meet people? I'm sure you meet customers in Sri Lanka, and you see that there is some kind of apathy towards these emerging technologies.
So just in general, I think the developing world has been slower to adopt newer technologies than the developed world. The reality is a part of that has to do with where these technologies really emanate from. What we are finding now is that in Southeast Asia, we have more technology professionals than anywhere else in the world, between India, Sri Lanka, and the surrounding countries. And we believe that that divide is going to be bridged very shortly in terms of innovation coming out of Southeast Asia that can create a profound impact right in the geographies in Southeast Asia.
Okay, Brian, I'll jump to you because you are new to Sri Lanka, but Microsoft has been in this country for a while. You spoke about the very exciting possibilities of some of the technologies, but I'm wondering whether customers might be thinking that, at least in Sri Lanka or some parts of the world, you are very busy flogging Office 365, right? And what is Microsoft doing, or what are you engaged? How are you engaging the market to really demonstrate the capabilities of some of these technologies you spoke about, Cortana Analytics, for example? And what is your business model to encourage the adoption of these smart technologies in addition to having people get on the cloud and use Office 365?
Thanks, Peter. Can you hear me? No.
Are these mics working?
Hello?
Chris,
Can you hear me now?
Was Chris heard? Did you hear Chris? Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so 2 questions and a statement. So the first statement, is Microsoft flogging Office 365? I think we are seeing unprecedented adoption. It's fantastic to see that in certain parts of the market, the organizations, large enterprises and small, are seeing the value of moving technology like collaboration to the cloud, being able to work from anywhere, being able to transact at the speed of business and not have to worry about building infrastructure and waiting for things to evolve. So that's one thing. The second thing was, what about the more advanced things? I think was your question. How are we helping people adopt the more advanced technologies? And I think events like this are part of that. It's part of raising the awareness in the market of certain technologies. Show of hands, how many people here are CEOs? Nice and high. How many people are non-IT executives? Marketing, finance, etc. Great. Now, keep your hand up, marketing, finance, non-IT executives. If your CEO understands the things we were talking about today. Nice and high. Do you have the budget authority to make critical business decisions about spend on advanced analytics, customer engagement, etc.? Keep your hand up. So I think this is part of the challenge. If the board doesn't understand, if the CEO doesn't understand the potential impacts this can have on their business, which is all of our responsibility, not just the technology companies, then we're going to continue to struggle to get these kinds of projects off the ground. Now, part of it is demonstrating success.
That was my question, Brian. Yeah. How much are you engaged? I'm wondering whether the problem of adoption, because this is, after all, about getting outsmart.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering how much of the problem lies with the technology company themselves in making these technologies easy to use. Because if you go to a company and say you need to fork out $1 million to do big data analytics, they'll freak out.
Yeah, totally agree.
So, I mean, is there a better way, an easier way of getting access to these technologies and demonstrating quick value to the CEOs and not to the IT department?
Absolutely. So let me answer your question in 2 ways. One is advanced analytics and predictive analytics is not new in concept. It's been around for 10, 15 years. But the challenge has been to actually try it, has been hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of infrastructure, technology, people skills, etc. And the cloud fundamentally democratizes that experience. So I can get machine learning today, I can probably invest $100 and I could build a proof of concept in machine learning. I might be able to do it for free. And so the cloud and these software as a service models and what we would call find, try, buy, the ability to try these things for zero cost or next to zero cost is relatively new in the market. And so that's the new paradigm. But we still get back to all of these projects, whether it's a technology project or a business change project or a people project, we have to understand what the outcome we're trying to achieve is, and we're still not getting to that.
Okay, thank you. Ramesh, quickly, just again on question of adoption, because these people are non-technical and they're struggling within their companies to see how can they adopt these technologies. Is it a question of culture? Is it that, or is it that companies don't find themselves in a very competitive space? Like, for example, banks would, they make loads of profits, even though they have no technology differentiation. Is there no compelling reason for them to adopt? Or is it a question of organizational culture? How can you help these people understand how they can speed up adoption?
I mean, no, I come from a AI background. My PhD was in artificial intelligence, and one of the big problems that's going on at the moment is that most of the good scientists who know the models, the paradigms, artificial intelligence, statistics, all that stuff, most of them are in academia. And very few of the good scientists end up in the private sector, which means that the research that's usually done in the private sector in big data analytics, which is usually very hard. It takes a long time to take a big data set, understand it, know how to analyze it, know which parameters you should be looking for, know which parameters you should bring up.
Is that really true? I mean, if these technologies require scientists to come and deploy them, it's not going to be
that's a challenge. That's exactly a challenge, and that's what I'm getting to. So the big challenge with all development at the moment, that's what a company like Apple is so good. Most of the technology that we see going around these days have been around for 15, 20 years. And the big step change in technology, in software architecture that's been going on of late is the usability factor. And that's why a company like, for example, Airbnb is just amazing, because what they've done is they've done they've done thousands and millions of hours of research on building this price prediction algorithm. But eventually, when the user uses it, it's just one slider, and that's it. Now that is where all the companies should be moving to, and that's where all the companies are moving to, and that definitely is the big difference I've seen in when I started working in AI 15 years ago. And today is that now people are not worried about, do you have the newest AI algorithm, the newest neural network? Nobody is bothered about it. It's all about the results and who can use it.
Okay, I think we need to turn it over to the floor for questions. Any questions from the audience? There is one here that I've got. Is it practical to expect all Sri Lankans to entirely transform their lives by adopting to the latest mobile/other technologies, or should we aim for a happy medium? Who would like to have a go at that? And keep your answers short if you don't mind, so that we can have more questions.
So I think there is a age difference based on this question. If you asked a millennial, hands up for anyone that's born after 1982. Oh, Lakshman, that's great. So if you ask a millennial about how to access their favorite service, and if it's not available online, they will go to a different services provider to get the service they want. The generation prior to, we were used to walking over to a branch or walking over to our insurance agent to actually transact. It's very different. The next generation has zero tolerance for anything manual. They have to have it digitally. And I think that's going to drive behavior, plain and simple. For us, it's a conveniency. For the next generation, it's a necessity.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Anyone wants to put their hands up? You send a mic over to you. And
if I may just add
please.
To what Chris has just mentioned. I think it's also important to realize that the onus is on us to easy adoption, but a lot of people actually take the initiative themselves. I'll give you a specific example. There was an initiative within Google. You get to spend 20% of your time doing a project of your choice, and a bunch of engineers created this game called Ingress, which encourages you to walk around. And it's game based, so you walk around from one location to another, collect points, and just basically encourages you to get out and explore a city. Very, very niche audience. You would imagine a couple of techies somewhere. So when I came to Colombo, and I was in with one of our customers, and I was walking around the floor, and I saw a number of people had the Ingress emblem on their t-shirts. And long story short, I found out there's a very active community within Sri Lanka. They've actually organized events around that game. So that game itself has become a separate organization. It's been spun out of Google. But Ingress has massive adoption. So to the question earlier, people themselves will choose cutting edge technology. They will choose what they want. I think it's our challenge as businesses to stay on top of that.
Okay. Does anyone, do I see any hand going up in the audience? A question? Yes, there's one over there and there's one right here. 2 questions. Is anyone handing out mics? Lakshman? Yeah.
Being who you are in the industries that you represent, if there's one piece of advice you could give CEOs, MDs, and the board of directors in Sri Lanka on how to use technology to increase profit, what would that simple piece of advice be?
I'll start with that. I'd say know the business you want to be in and know where you want to be in 5 years' time. The number of conversations I have with executives where they say, we want to reduce the cost of X, and no one ever shrunk themselves to greatness. There are certainly moments where it's worthwhile trying to manage cost, but too often the conversation is, how do I spend less money on technology? And not enough is, how do I get more customers? How do I make the customers that I have more profitable for me? How do I make the satisfaction of those customers increase? And so know the outcome you want to get is the most important thing for me.
Chris?
So just 2 very simple answers here. The first, you got to apply innovation to reduce the costs of running the business. So in the context of a bank, you got to apply innovation to reduce the cost of running the bank. When it comes to growing the business, or in this case, growing a bank, you have to invest based on what your customers, which could be consumers or customers, as in other firms, are telling you. So you have to listen carefully to your customers to be able to understand what they're looking for, invest in those areas, and cut the costs of what you do today so you can afford those investments.
But, Chris, that's the point. We are talking about digital omnivores, like merciless and brutal consumption of digital data, but that does not seem to get reflected at the board. That's my point. I mean, today you have, while we talk about these technologies, one of the banks that I go to, I put my ATM card, and every day they ask me, do you want English, Tamil, or Sinhalese? Yeah. I mean, I do this hundreds of times. They know this by now, unless they're hoping that I might decide to do Sinhalese or Tamil one day, just to piss me off. I mean, what is this? I mean, these are banks that make billions of rupees in profit, and they ask me a dumb question, and we are talking about, sorry, Brian, 3D imaging on Mars. I mean, we are living on another planet, folks. So, I mean, help them. I mean, how can we make it easy to understand that, you're going to be outsmarted? And I'm wondering there'll be more examples. Our banks can get completely outsmarted. Would you like to have a go at that?
Yeah, so one of the things we've done internally is what we call reverse mentoring. So to Chris's point around millennials, we've created a program where our graduates are assigned to our most senior executives, who are generally not millennials, and they reverse mentor them. And so that sounds like a bit of a cheesy process, but all of the executives would say it's been fundamental to their understanding of how businesses are transforming and how to understand a diverse audience and market, create products for and sell to a diverse audience. I would suggest a good place to start is for boards, CEOs, senior executives in Sri Lanka to find some of the talent that they've got internally that is already an early adopter and get that reverse mentoring if you don't want to pay someone to do that for you.
Okay, I just see a whole bunch of questions that have suddenly come up. One of the questions here is about, it talks about education. It talks about these transformations should hit our education system and government system more and more. Is that a statement or a question? Okay. Okay, here's another one. Why is our retailer not mining purchase data? Nexus card is only a discount card. Fair point.
So let me take a shot at that. The reality is that within the retail sector in general, if we just talk about being smart, I think to Brian and Chris's point, I think the first step is actually listening, and to just listen to what, not even big data. We're just talking about people who are walking into your store. Have somebody just go and withdraw money. Have somebody who's a key decision maker just go in and go to the ATM with you. I think within organizations, what we find is that there are people who say all the right things. Sometimes they say it better than we do because they know what clicks. But the challenge is to get the key decision makers to listen to people who hold that information within the organization. So coming to what's being said, I think what's pivotal is to assign value to these new voices and to this young talent within the organization, and to start listening to people who are talking about
listening to your customers first and foremost.
Well, customers ideally, because if you have a mechanism set up that listens to your customers, great. But for example, if you're not even looking at the data that comes through your website, or you're not measuring the number of people that come into your store, then you're not able to listen to those customers.
Yeah, sure. Chris, there's a question for you, and I want to, oh dear.
They're on the fallback.
There was a question that was posed to Chris. Can we just scroll this? Well, basically, Chris, he talks about, give 3 examples that are relevant to Sri Lanka about adoption. But I want to just turn it a little bit, because nothing like an example from your own business and how you face this disruption. Now take the IT BPO business. Now, NASSCOM had a convention 2012, and they started realizing that this business is getting disrupted. And they started moving into analytics and all of that. How do you see the disruption coming? And you're in a very strong global position. You just made an acquisition. You've got 20,000 employees. What frightens you? And how do you, as a CEO, maybe there's a lesson in that for our folks here. How are you addressing this?
Yeah. So the short question is, disruption is inevitable in any industry. How are firms, especially in the IT industry or the BPO industry, focused on evolving and staying ahead of the curve? So Virtusa is quite different, or Virtusa Polaris is quite different from Generation 1 companies in the sense of the value proposition. Generation 1 companies really focused on the commodity or the arbitrage, i.e., doing whatever was being done by a Western enterprise on a lower cost basis in Southeast Asia. Virtusa focused, on the other hand, on innovation and helping our clients innovate faster. And we do this primarily in areas like from on-premise to online, online to digital. These are the different waves that we have actually been through. So what's very exciting for Virtusa, and one of the ways that we preserve this ethos of innovation, is by enabling our engineers worldwide to innovate at the periphery of the organization, specifically by trying to figure out how they can do things that are being done by our clients, but do it better. We identify successes, we celebrate successes, we reward successes in the entire system. We have a highly gamified engineering environment that basically sets and resets the bar around innovation and productivity every single day. And one of the things that I'm very fortunate with is that when I go to sleep at night, I may worry about a lot of things, but I don't worry about Virtusa Polaris becoming technologically obsolete. And I think that the reason for that is because we've imbued this ethos in the entire culture of the firm. So culture is vitally important for innovation, if that's the path that you want to go down.
So what is that disruption that you fear, or is there nothing right now because you have taken these steps? I'm just trying to see whether you can give an example of having still done all that. Is there something that you really fear that could happen, and how are you dealing with that?
So from an industry perspective,
using smart technology.
From an industry perspective, what's happening is that things like cloud, things like automation are generally reducing the amount of work required. And if you have very large firms with hundreds of thousands of IT professionals doing the same mundane things that they've been doing year in, year out, technology now can be used to usurp or to replace that entire group of people. As an example, there is a technology called robotic process automation, RPA. And what RPA is basically doing is it's taking repetitive tasks and automating repetitive tasks. So the BPO industry, as an example, is at risk right now, predominantly as a result of RPA, right? Modernization is another area. Our belief is that we want to help our clients modernize. We want to help our clients automate. We want to help our clients innovate, so we are not the laggards in the industry. We are on the front lines of the industry. And if you apply innovation, we are at the start of what I believe is the fourth industrial revolution, driven by technology. By the way, at the World Economic Forum, that was the theme, right? And I believe we are just starting in that era of very significant technological innovation.
Okay, Ramesh, the next question is to you. That's from the audience. Cargill's card, no different. Star points of dialogue, same. Where is consumer engagement using data? So again, it reiterates what I was talking about, that the very primitive stage we are in. But I'd also like you, while you're doing that too, there's another question for you, which talks about gamification. I must say I had not paid too much attention to this, but Gartner predicts that, I don't know which year exactly, that 70% of the top 2,000 global companies will use gamification. And it's very heartening to hear, Chris, that you're using it. I mean, we are a little behind, to put it mildly. But, how do you connect this one? Card, just use data. And at the other end of the spectrum, you're talking about very advanced technologies that can quite dramatically change how we look at HR and all of that. And there are a bunch of HR folks out here. Can you just tackle those two questions very briefly?
So as far as data analytics go, I think there are two things here. Number one is the quality of the data that you are collecting. Are you collecting the correct bits of data? Are you collecting the thing? And that's something that Sri Lanka hasn't really done so that well up to this point, just because there hasn't been a focus on, there hasn't been a focus on which types of data they should be collecting. And number two is that you really need a good understanding of the type of technology that you should be using to analyze that type of data. You shouldn't just blindly go into data analytics and say, I'm going to solve this somehow. That's never going to be the solution. And that's where technology is evolving. More and more of this technology is now becoming available to people who are non-technical. I know two very good examples. Now, we talked about Airbnb a while ago. Airbnb has just made their entire machine learning interface available as an open source library. And that's proven, that's used, and anybody can just use it by following a few guidelines. Google is offering their voice translation for free, which once again is proven. And the mistake that a lot of companies try to do is they try to reinvent the wheel. They try to do things from scratch, which usually never works. What was the second point?
About use of gamification. Are you seeing any companies in Sri Lanka that is using, because they talk about gamification having a profound impact on how
exactly. I mean,
you
so
understand
once again with gamification as well.
And so on.
Gamification as well. The key
Sri
here
Lankan
is
context. Any companies that you see adopting?
Very, very few. I know Virtusa is one company which has done that. But once again, with gamification, it's got to be done with a purpose. Okay. You got to know why you're gamifying, what's your final objective. And then once you figure those out is when you decide whether this is something that can be gamified or not.
Okay.
And that's where most people get it wrong. The decision-making process before deciding what to select is where the mistakes are usually made.
Okay, there's another question, Fazal. Do you think Sri Lankan companies are convinced enough with Google products to meet your expectations? I'm going to add a little bit more to that.
Sure.
Are you actually helping companies outsmart their competition, or is Google far too busy outsmarting companies yourselves? Like, for example, your Google Compare for auto insurance, and you
Sure.
spoke about AIG, and you're completely disrupting. Are you taking all this data and doing it all yourself? Are you seriously helping customers in enterprises do this, or are you just doing this to disrupt them?
So, fantastic. Two questions. Let me answer the first one. When we talk about Google products being used by organizations in Sri Lanka, what would you use, or what tools would you use? You would use search, you'd use YouTube, you'd use Gmail, the range of platforms that you would use. Are we satisfied with the uptake? We're actually blown away by the metrics across some of them. YouTube is a prime example. it is far beyond, and organizations using YouTube is far beyond what we see in similar countries across the region.
I mean, are you saying that you can use YouTube not to be outsmarted?
Of course, absolutely.
I mean, Gmail, I mean, email is...
So, but then it touches on what Brian mentioned earlier about collaboration. So it's not just about an email that goes out, it's about working on a document that is, simultaneously being worked on by 3 other people. It doesn't just stop at just sending a simple email. So to answer the question, the adoption extremely high, we're very surprised. But I think that's kind of a segue into the second bit. Are we interfering with what goes on in the market by building products ourselves? You talked about
my question is not that. I'm saying, are you helping companies use that data to make... I haven't seen the adoption of Google Analytics and data in businesses in Sri Lanka. I could be just that I don't know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because
there's lots of headroom.
It looks like you're taking that data to disrupt businesses rather than helping companies use that data. That was my question.
So if we look at just disruption, if we look at auto right now, if you just whip out your phone and you search, how do I buy a car in Colombo? Are organizations do you see a relevant bit of information that pops up? Is there an organization, a car dealer, that has provided a page where you can actually check the price? No. There are very, very few organizations that have taken advantage of it. So I think there's lots of headroom. Auto, I think, is very sophisticated. If you just get down to the basics, buying a phone. Right now, if you just, on your phone, where can I buy a phone in Colombo? Do you get the relevant results? Is an organization taking advantage of that? Perhaps. Can be a lot better.
Okay, thanks. I think we have taken 10 minutes of the other... we have another 10? We have another? We follow that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Brian, was there a question you spotted, or were you going to make a comment?
I was going to add to the conversation about gamification.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian.
And so I think the opportunity for gamification, like I said before, any technology on its own adds no value unless there's an outcome you're trying to attach to it. And so when we look at things like gamification and big data, most organizations we speak to are looking at how do we understand who's our best talent and make sure we're retaining them? How do we understand the difference between the high performers and everybody else? As an example, if in our organization, we use gamification for coders. And so we look at, if you're a developer, how many lines of quality code do you check in every day that passes testing? And we've learned through gamification and measuring productivity that there is a 4x, that's 400% difference between the median and the best. And so if you're a CEO or a head of HR, what do you do with that information? If you can understand in your organization, who are your top salespeople? Who are your top customer service representatives? What is it that they do differently to everyone else? How do I make sure that I know who they are, that I'm retaining them, that I'm developing the ones that are the laggards? And what I often see is there's no performance capture built into the businesses here in Sri Lanka. So there are salespeople, there are service agents, bank tellers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Go on and on and on in every industry, machine operators in manufacturing, where there's very little performance management, performance measurement and gamification of that, and then using that data to make smart business decisions. And I think that's a huge opportunity in the market. Okay.
There's Peter, a question on...
I'm sorry, can I just add something to gamification simply because we're doing it right now? I think it would be an interesting point. So we actually, not just do we gather data, but we decided to use leaderboards so we can actually define what best in class looks like. And what we've learned as a company, which I think is a lesson for many of you out there, is that especially the millennial generation, they really want to know how they compare to their peer group. And one of the best ways to do that is to identify the high performers in each of their peer groups, put that up on a leaderboard, because then you can actually drive the average performance up. And that's exactly what we have seen at Batusa.
Okay, there's a question from Learn Asia. I'm taking the one that's right on top. We are a non-profit research entity working with big data. The biggest issue we see is the right mindset or lack thereof, and being over-possessive about their data. The transaction cost associated with obtaining mobile data, in our experience, has been insane. So that question is about, that's a comment, I believe, and maybe you can talk about that, because people are being over-possessive about their data, and how can we intervene to ensure that data that's being held by different entities are made available. I believe that's where that's coming from. And talking about privacy or privacy, as whichever you want to call it, does smart technology keep data privacy, especially in banking and finance sector? So 2 questions here. How does one get hold of this data? Because they are saying we want to work with data. The data is being kept by folks who are charging us insane amounts of money to get their hand. What are you smiling about, Fazal?
Well, it's to start with. It's
sorry. Go ahead. Any one of you can have a go at it. Yeah.
So, if I may, the data. I think the fundamental premise needs to be questioned. It is not the organization's data. It is the users or consumers' data. So it belongs to the user that is using the services of that organization. It is not the organizations to go on and sell. I think that is the fundamental premise, because it says their data is referring to the companies. So I think that there's a very strong trust factor that goes in. If you're talking about telecom data, whatever this organization needs to be protected very, very well by the organization. I don't think it's wrong for the organization to hang on to that data and be possessive about it simply because it doesn't belong to themselves.
So in banking and financial services, there's actually some regulatory change taking place right now, where data held by the institution, first and foremost, banks are being regulated to create something called an open API standard, where those APIs can be published to fintech companies that can then, on behalf of consumers, can actually use their consumer data and create new applications on behalf of the consumers, because now large banks are forced from a regulatory perspective to actually open up their APIs to other providers and financial services, fintech companies. This, we believe, is going to make a fundamentally different, a huge difference in terms of what services a typical bank provides and what services a financial services company or a fintech can provide. And as time goes on, you're going to start seeing that consumers are going to take more and more ownership of their data. The data could be anywhere. It could be in medical records, it could be in banks, it could be in companies, but it belongs to the individual, not necessarily to the corporation.
Yeah, I'd actually like to, is a gentleman from Learn Asia here? Because I'd like to see whether, because there's an important question. I wonder whether they want to comment on that. Yeah, mic over there, please, at the back. Because I think this is a fundamental question, folks, about if you don't get the data to work with, and how do you democratize data, so to speak, right? While protecting. Okay, I'm sorry, but there doesn't seem to be. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
From Learn Asia. Yeah, so just in our experience, we've seen that working with big data, we work with a couple of mobile operators. And just to obtain the data, it's been so difficult because it's a case of, sorry, am I not audible?
Yeah, I think you might need to speak up.
Yeah, basically you're saying that getting data is difficult, and yes, go on, please.
Yeah, so it was just really a comment because we've interacted with a couple of people, including we've had conversations with other supermarket chains as well. And I think it's also, mindset change is one thing, and I think that's like more of a cultural thing in South Asia, particularly. But we've tried this with other mobile operators in Bangladesh also, and it's been really, really tough because we've had so many restrictions about taking the data outside, not outside the country, but just even outside the building. So, and you really can't work with those type of restrictions.
So that's, yeah, a quick comment. There's another question.
So Virtuosa works with some of the largest banks in the world, as well as some of the largest insurance companies, where we have data that's basically protected data, typically protected by geographical boundaries. And what we're finding our clients are doing now is they're applying something called containerization. So they can localize the data into those geographies that have to be protected, but still leverage the data without the sensitivities, so they can do trending initiatives.
Kind of anonymized?
Anonymized for generic use, and containerized for local use.
Brian, there's a question to you. Digital is a new touch point added to the media platform in Sri Lanka. It'll be big in the future. The companies should start using it for better ROI. Again, we go back to that same question. What do you think stops CEOs and CMOs in Sri Lanka to move in this direction? What is your advice for them? We spoke about this, but this seems to be coming up. This is the latest question we have.
I think if it's specifically talking about the media industry, there is definitely an interruption or a transformation in that sector. And if you look across the world, this concept of second screen is huge. And in fact, in some cases, it's third screen. So second screen is I'm watching a TV show in real time and they might have polling or voting and I'm using my mobile phone to engage with their website or their app or some content. And so that TV becomes two-way, as an example. Same with media, polling, et cetera. And this conference is an example where we're having a face-to-face conversation, but there's Twitter, there's text messages and so on in a second screen relationship. So I think the first thing I'd say is understanding that and making sure that you've got your board, your CMO, your CEO, looking at case studies, understanding what other people are already doing in that space, and then understanding the opportunities. So what is the market demographic? Does your media company understand the social media penetration in Sri Lanka? Does your company understand the smartphone penetration in Sri Lanka? And is there a deep understanding of what the opportunity is in the market? Understanding that where we are today is not where we'll be in 6 months. So the concept of these technologies that they are viral in nature. And there's a period of time to ramp up any initiative, even with the cloud. Usually the internal metrics and goals take longer than turning on the technology. And so starting now, starting small, trialing things, learning, building that back into the organizational culture would be what I'd suggest is the shortest path to that. And then being able to have relationships with non-competitive organizations that can help you understand what else is happening in the world.
My last question from me, and then maybe we should start wrapping up. Each of you take a minute to give your final thoughts. Going a little, back, looking at the data we have, I mean, today there are tools, simple tools, cheap tools that can visualize data. Because one of the problems about data consumption is that the data, the analytics are produced in utterly complex, boring, or non-consumable way, as opposed to the experience we get out of using consumer apps on our smartphones. So visualization has been around for a long time. And why is it companies like you have been involved in visualization? Chris, you must have seen the challenges of visualization. I mean, it seems like pretty basic stuff, right? What is the talent that's needed to look at data and do simple visualization using ClickView or whatever that's out there in the market without going into really smart, cutting edge internet technology, industrial technology?
I must promise you that Brian has not paid me for what I'm just about to tell you. But visualization is a phenomenon that is absolutely pervasive. And we are now using DataZen, which is actually a product from Microsoft that can be leveraged for visualizing data.
Will you give an example, Chris, so that you get a clear picture of what this is all about?
So obviously, Virtusa has had very strong growth over the years. Like I mentioned, they've been growing about over 23% a year. And I think we just recently announced our 28th or 29th quarter of success of sequential quarter-over-quarter growth. In our space, that's actually pretty significant. But one of the reasons that we have been consistently been able to outperform the industry since being a public company in the US since 2007 is that we are beholden to data. Initially, we had access to data, but today that data is available on my cell phone using DataZen. I can take a look at our P&L, I can take a look at our revenue growth, I can take a look at our margins, and this data is calculated real time, available on my cell phone, on my tablet, on my laptop, whenever I want it. That level of transparency with visualization, I believe, is a very strong benefactor in terms of growing and operating a business.
Could you give us an example of visualization to make decisions in the moment, so to speak? I mean, fine, you can looking at the sales reports, but is there anything that you can visualize almost real time that will help you while you're traveling to deal with that problem? Can you think of an example, or maybe you?
So if I may
yes,
answer using, so when we're running the online shopping festival, there's a dashboard that we use, and that dashboard is updated on a real-time basis. One particular instance that happened was that we were picked up by a news website in Sri Lanka. And the thing that we caught was all of a sudden, there was a massive spike in real-time users on the website. Within 10 minutes, we were able to locate the source of that surge and that spike.
and we're able to actually get in touch with the relevant person and say, you know what, this needs to be corrected, this needs to be amended, but thank you for highlighting this. So within a short, like 10 minutes, we were able to determine where the traffic was coming from, what it was generating, and then also down to the level of sales. What were the sales that came out of that search? Amazing insight that you can get within. But I think the key to all of that is to, like you mentioned, have that dashboard or that view in an easy to understand form, which requires a lot of thought at the initial level. What are the key decision makers concerned
really
about?
want to consume. Okay, thank you. So very quick, starting with you, Ramesh, 30 seconds, what are your final thoughts? What do you want to leave behind with the audience?
Well,
what is your advice? What are your thoughts?
Yes, very briefly, what I can say is that smart technologies are now everywhere. Everybody's talking about them. There's a lot of hype about them. But I think the most important thing is to, before you even think of implementing smart technologies, figure out what you're trying to achieve. Think about what your objectives are. And then once you have that sorted out, you have that very well defined, then you go out and see if there are any smart technologies that are going to fulfill your need. What I say is don't go blindly into trying to implement smart technologies, gamification, if you don't know what you're doing. Have a clear objective in mind, and then go out and see what you can find to fulfill that requirement.
So my closing thoughts actually building on something Peter said earlier. He said he goes to his branch, he puts his ATM card in. Every time it asks him whether he wants to transact in English, Sinhalese or Tamil. My worry is not about Peter or anyone else who comes into the branch office. My worry is about how you take these services to the end consumer on their favorite device of choice, giving them the capability to transact wherever they want, and do it in such a way where it's so personalized that they feel that they have almost an intimate relationship with their service provider. To the extent you can create that, and if you can convince your CEO, your CMO, or your management team that that's the paradigm and that's the world we are living in, you'll be able to create a significant difference for your end consumers and thereby create a significant difference for your businesses.
Thank you, Chris. Brian?
So I would echo what the other people have said, is understand the goals from a business perspective that you're trying to achieve. But I'd also go one step further and say really figure out what it is that you don't know about your market and understand how you're going to find that information. Invest time and try and convince your CEO and board to understand digitization and transformation. Get speakers in, learn, create a learning culture in your organization, because as much as we know today, we're all learning. Everyone on the stage here is learning something new every day about our own industry. And so bringing that into your industry is going to be increasingly important. And the last thing I would say is understand your tolerance for risk and experimentation, because a lot of these projects are not plan it for 2 years, execute and get a great outcome. It's try little things, iterate, learn, evolve, and keep trying. Cloud and mobile allows you to do that today like it's never been possible before.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Fazal.
So I'd like to say we talked about smart technologies and ways to adopt it. I'd encourage the audience, because I think you guys have done a great job of getting a very relevant audience and the people who are hungry for that information together. My word is to the audience to be a little smart about actually actioning on some of the things that you've heard today. Feel free to reach out to any one of us. There's no replacement for face-to-face. If there's something that you found interesting, please do reach out to all of us. We're all here to take on those conversations further, because it's very important to take the spark and to keep on building on it. Otherwise, it'll just be a nice conference that we go off home to. So let's keep that thread alive.
Thank you, Fazal. And as you have heard, we have seen the immense possibilities and exciting opportunities around emerging technologies. But the other end of the spectrum, we also heard how backward we are in adopting these technologies to make a better business for ourselves. It's not surprising in a way, because Sri Lanka largely most decisions are made irrationally. Elections are called and lost because an astrologer has told them what's a good time to have it, and not data supporting it. I hope at least our business will be a little wiser and look at data and not look at the arrogance of experience or the overimportance of intuition. Instead, use technologies available to look at the data and see what they say and make a smarter business for yourselves before you get outsmarted. Thank you very much. Hope you have an excellent day with the rest of the sessions. Thank you. Thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you.
So what we intend to achieve in this conference, three things. One is whether we like it or not, consumers are in the virtual smart technology and digital technology space. B is adopting smart technology is not as expensive as resources intensive as it used to be for legacy IT systems. Third thing is act now. You've got to do it now. So we heard two things, two interesting things. One is 59% of the people who engaged in Google shopping festival are outside Sri Lanka. So if somebody is thinking, hey, smart technologies and digital is only for the Colombo English-speaking elite, it is totally wrong. The second is, are we scared of getting adopting smart technologies? Look what Ramesh is doing. Okay, right here in Sri Lanka, he is creating software which is used by US Marines. I'm not sure whether Sri Lankan Army is using it, but that's beside the point. So we have people who are innovating here in Sri Lanka. Okay, so there is no need to be scared of, no need to have any fear. Our corporation should also start leveraging technology. So now it is my pleasure to now invite our speakers and panelists in the session chat for the second session. How smarter businesses reimagine customer experience to increase the reach and relevancy. May I invite session chair Irfan Ahmed and keynote speakers Zoe Lawrence, Bhavik Rathod from Google, and also panelists Maksud Mira Saib and Jagan Rajendram and Tarak Khanawala from Sampath Bank on stage, please. So we have two keynote speeches. Zoe from TNS, she's the digital lead for Asia Pacific. And then Tony Veerasinha. Tony is joining us using digital media from Massachusetts in the United States later on for Q&A. Meanwhile, we have a video from him. And then we have another keynote by Bhavik Rathod from Uber. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel. Over to you,
Morning, everyone. Yeah, okay, that's all right. Morning, everyone. I think the first session was really interesting. We were talking about what it really means to convert into a smart business. In the course of doing business, obviously, what comes first is the customer and what kind of customer experience are we delivering. So the second session is where we kind of dive into what is digital really doing for the customer experience. I think we can all agree that in terms of our businesses, what got us here is not going to get us there. We all run successful businesses, but digital, I would say, is not disrupting, but is forcing us to transform. And in that process of transformation, our core asset, which is our customer and our customer network, will also need a rethink. So the second session is all about diving into how digital is impacting the customer experience. How do we really map that change? What do we really do about it? And to really kick off the session, we have with us today three keynote addressers. And the first of which is basically going to be made by Ms. Zoe Lawrence from TNS. Zoe will be talking to us about the connected consumer. After which we will be joined by Tony via video recording, where he will be talking about an interesting project that he's been up to, which is all around the customer experience. And then lastly, we'll have Bhavik from Uber, a common case study across many forums, but Bhavik's going to be taking us through a lot of insight in terms of how Uber really thinks through the customer experience. So if you can start off with Zoe, and I'd like to welcome Zoe to the podium, please.
Thank you.
I am Zoe Lawrence. I am the APAC Director for Digital at the Global Insights Consultancy, TNS. And I'm delighted to be with you all here today. So thank you, Lakshman, for inviting me. Let's see how this works. There we go. Every year, we run a global study looking into the behavior and attitudes of connected consumers. And we call this Connected Life. And it gives us fantastic insight into what people are doing and the new behaviors that are emerging that are driven by technology. And we use those insights to provide direction to businesses and to marketeers around how they should engage with their customers in a digital world. So I'd like to spend the next few minutes sharing some of those insights and indeed the imperatives that they present us with. The first thing that we see, and we see this everywhere globally, is constant connectivity. We've obviously all been encouraged to stay on our phones here today, but perhaps even if we hadn't been given that call to action, we probably would have still had them out. We cannot put our phones down. We see that internet penetration is starting to grow here in Sri Lanka. Predictions show that it's going to grow, that growth is going to increase over the next year. So we can see that more and more people are getting online. And in many, many markets across Asia, we see that the majority of online access and this surge in people getting online is being driven by the smartphone. Sri Lanka is a mobile-first market, and what that means is that for many people, the mobile's been the primary access point and remains the most significant way in which they access the internet. And this then presents us with different opportunities. It means that people are engaging with the internet in very different ways to the way in which they might have done if they first had experienced it through the PC. And what I mean by that is the frequency with which we go online. If we have the internet in our pocket at all times, we're going online many, many, many times each day for different reasons. So this makes us constantly connected. What are we doing? Well, we're spending most of our day accessing digital devices and digital media. And we see that digital is the primary media channel for us at almost every single point of the day. In fact, it's only at dinner time when we actually put our phones down in order to eat, when traditional media has greater reach than TV. And we see that even during the prime time slot, when we're watching TV, as Brian referenced earlier, we're still on our phones or other devices. So if digital was ever considered niche in terms of a way to reach our customers, today it's absolutely mass. And with all this time online, what is it that we're actually doing? Social networking and instant messaging. They're the most popular activity in every market globally and here in Sri Lanka. They're the fastest growing activities globally, and they're the first activities that new users to the internet embrace. And we see initiatives such as Facebook Lite, which gives the Facebook experience to people with more basic phones. And that means for many people, Facebook is the internet. So social networking and instant messaging really are at the heart of everything that we're doing and our customers are doing online. And if we look specifically at Sri Lanka, we see that the top 5 platforms reflect that. So we see that Facebook is the #1 platform, followed by YouTube. And then the next 3 dominant platforms are all messaging or chat apps. So we have Facebook Messenger, Viber, and WhatsApp. But we also see, if we look at the numbers here, that people are using multiple platforms. It's an environment that's fragmenting. So our customers are interacting on different platforms constantly. And that also presents us with a challenge in terms of how we effectively engage with our customers. So with our customers open to a vast number of touch points, we have a challenge to think about how best we manage the interaction with them through all of those touch points. Now, it used to be the case that you knew which touch point with your customer delivered what to your business. Some might have been about reach and engagement. Others might have been about customer service. Others might have been about the sales conversion. But today, every touch point has to serve a number of different purposes with our customer. So if we look at social, we see that people are using social media to learn more about brands. They're now accessing it in a way that makes it a brand building channel for us as businesses. They're increasingly using it to influence their purchase decisions. to find out what other people think about something, to find out more information about a product. In some markets, even to start to make the transaction within the social network. So social's very relevant as a tool in converting purchase. And we also see it's highly relevant as a tool for providing, for asking for service, for asking for customer service, for advice, for questions to be answered. And this presents us with a challenge as organizations. This is how our customer is trying to engage with us. The customer doesn't think in silos. The customer doesn't compartmentalize their experience. They come to us as a business expecting a response across a wide range of different issues. They don't come to us thinking they're talking to the brand marketing team or the shopper marketing team or the customer experience team. But because we have these divisions within our organization, it means that we're actually challenged in terms of how we do engage with our customer in this digital world, where they have different expectations across of the service or input that they're going to get at the same touch point. So if we do want to engage with our customers online, and given how much time they're actually spending online, we absolutely need to. We need to understand, firstly, the importance of social as a significant channel. People are increasingly looking to social for the information that historically they may have got from the brand's owned online channels, so the website or an email campaign. Now they're going to social for it. And as brands and as businesses, we need to understand that expectation of our customer and be prepared to meet it. We also see that social provides a very real channel for customer feedback, often negative as well as positive, and for customers asking questions of us. And we need to be able to respond to that in a timely manner. We need to be able to listen to what our customer is saying and give them a response that meets their needs. Because if we don't, it doesn't just have an impact on that specific situation, it actually impacts the whole relationship we have with the customer. Whereas if we can address their challenge or their issue quickly, there is the potential to turn that customer around and to create a situation of advocacy where they're then acknowledging the fact that we've dealt with the challenge or issue that's been presented, and they're sharing the fact that we've addressed it to keep them happy. So we need to understand the customer is going to approach us in very many different ways, and we need to be able to flex across our organization so that we can respond to that customer. And that's social, which is to some extent a little bit more developed in terms of us understanding it as customer feedback and service and connection platform. If we look at the other areas where we see people spending a lot of their time, so around the messaging and chat apps, this opens up a whole new realm of possibility around a brand conversation and a direct conversation with our customer. So we've seen that Facebook Messenger, Viber, WhatsApp are dominant players here in Sri Lanka today. And many people would associate WhatsApp and Viber with the chat app revolution that saw the decline of SMS in many markets throughout the world. But they're really only the beginning of what the chat app environment can offer to customers and to companies to engage with their customers. So I'd like to share a few examples from elsewhere in Asia of some of the other chat app applications which start to set the framework for what we could expect to see in the future. Kakao Talk was one of the early pioneers of inviting or opening up the possibility of a one-to-one conversation between brands and their customers. So in Kakao Talk, you can go and find a brand and add it as a friend, just like you would any other friend. And you can then chat with that brand in your normal messaging window. As a customer, you are offering that brand a one-to-one direct communication channel with you. You are saying, I am open to communicating with you and I'm open to receiving your messages. And that then provides an opportunity for brands to share content, coupons, discounts, promotions with people. So that's the first step in a one-to-one conversation that can be delivered through a messaging app. But that is really still just the beginning. If we look at Line, Line has built in additional features and a number of other customized menus made available to brands so that they can offer enhanced services to people through the chat app window. Again, content, but here you can see Lawson's chat app application online in Japan, where they're showing that people how to take your online coupons and use them in the offline world. So adding more value to the customer in this environment. And the real shining light of the chat app world is WeChat, which has really built a whole consumer lifestyle system that's operating within the chat app environment. They've integrated payment mechanisms, so you can buy a movie online, you can book travel tickets online, you can make any kind of purchases online. And they've opened it up to lots of different elements of customization. So here we can see the Rainbow Department Store, who's created, you can browse products and you can even purchase products, all within the chat app window itself. And Brian talked earlier about the fatigue we have around apps and the fact that we don't use that many of them. This is a situation where everything you want to do can be delivered within the chat app environment where you already trust what goes on and you're already bought into that environment. So it's a pretty interesting model that we can see playing out in other places. And again, really changes the whole way in which customers engage with us as organizations. So the chat app opportunity could see a redefinition of brand conversations, a move towards real one-to-one, a move to adding enhanced experiences within the chat app environment, and a way to add additional value to our customers. So a further shift, once again, even beyond the change in the way we communicate that we can see in social media. The next imperative that we see is around the need to build an e-commerce ecosystem based on how people are engaging with and behaving in an e-commerce environment. Now, e-commerce in Asia Pacific still has a very long way to go to reach its peak. For most categories, it's still at single-figure incidence. People aren't really shopping online that much. And it's really only travel, entertainment, music that are seeing a significant share of spend come from e-commerce. So there's still a lot of growth to be found, and that's true throughout the region. And what we do is look across the world, and we see how people are accelerating through the journey to become a mature e-commerce market. So initially, it would suggest from the figures here that Sri Lanka's moved quite far ahead over the past year or so. But these are actually somewhat skewed because these factor into music, factor music into the numbers rather. And what we have seen is that people are starting to purchase a lot of music online, either through streaming or purchasing directly. So if we take the music numbers out, we see that actually Sri Lanka's really only getting started in terms of e-commerce. And what we see from the work that we do with countries and organizations throughout the world is that there are barriers that need to be overcome in order to accelerate the opportunity that e-commerce presents for us to transact with our customers in a digital environment. And the first challenge is around access. And that's not simply about having access to the internet. That's about the whole infrastructure that allows us to deliver a good e-commerce experience to people. So that relies on efficient fulfillment, distribution, logistics. It also means that we need to have robust payment methods in place in order to give everybody that access to e-commerce. The second barrier that we see is around trust. When you first start shopping online, how do you really believe that what's going to turn up is what you really wanted to buy? Or indeed, is it even going to turn up at all? So there's barriers that we need to deal with around trust. Once we overcome those and people are relatively comfortable shopping on an online environment, there are still barriers to be overcome. And these are based around, well, the experience of shopping. Shopping is a sensorial experience. We want to be able to see the bunch of grapes or feel the fabric of the shirt before we make a purchase. And so in order for us to overcome this barrier, we need to think about how can we provide the most comprehensive experience of the product in an online context to our customers to make it easier for them to purchase. And once we've dealt with that, and then we're looking at the most mature, most developed e-commerce markets, there's still barriers in place. In those markets, the barriers are around price and convenience. People know what they want to buy, and they're perfectly comfortable shopping either online or offline, but they'll make their purchase based on the convenience of availability and the price point that they can get. So there are still barriers. And as anybody wanting to operate in an e-commerce context, you need to understand the barriers and the role that you play in overcoming them. So if we look at access for a moment, fulfillment is a real challenge. Getting the goods out to people is a real difficulty when we look beyond urban environments. And there's a few examples to share some other models that we're seeing elsewhere in Asia. So Matahari Mall in Indonesia has established an online marketplace where people can purchase the goods online, but then go and redeem or exchange them at physical Matahari Mall outlets. Now, they're essentially creating a whole distribution channel for small retailers to have an online e-commerce presence. And they're giving people the ability to go and collect the goods rather than rely on them being delivered to them. And we see a similar model in many Southeast Asian markets where people are partnering with existing mini-mart networks such as 7-Eleven to handle their distribution. So again, they shop online, but they go into the offline world to collect the goods. And this is just one way of showing that actually, if we want to really succeed in e-commerce, the ideal conditions may not be in place, but we need to try and navigate around them. Payment is another important challenge we need to get through. We need to think about having sites that are ready for us to be able, for our customers to be able to shop online and make their purchases online. And mobile wallets is one area of this. And we see here the example of Gcash in the Philippines. And once we move through that, we need to address trust. We need to reassure our customers that what they're buying is genuine, that it's actually going to turn up, and that they can trust in websites, that they can trust in sharing their information, and that can trust that they're actually going to receive it all as expected at the end of the day. So it's important, if you want to engage with customers in an e-commerce context, to understand that there are barriers in place, but to understand that it's a whole ecosystem, and it's the responsibility of everybody in the ecosystem to be working to address those barriers. So to recap briefly, we know that our customers are constantly connected, and we know that they're largely connected via mobile. They're spending more and more time online, accessing different media and different services. And if we want to engage with them, we need to understand that and understand how to connect with them there. Linked to that, we need to understand how they're using various different touch points. And we need to work through the changes that that requires in our organization in order to meet them effectively at those touch points. And we need to start thinking what our roadmap is for having new conversations as brands with our customers. If a customer is actually inviting us into a one-to-one relationship with them, we need to understand how best to take advantage of that. And finally, we need to understand that e-commerce is a whole ecosystem, and it's the responsibility of every player in that ecosystem to support the demolition of the barriers that prevent us from becoming a mature e-commerce market. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe, for a detailed profiling of the connected consumer. Before we move on to our video presentation, I'd like to invite Makshood on stage, who is also part of this panel.
With the smart technology, you could resolve issues that you couldn't do before. The reason being, if you look at the mobile penetration, it's so vast that you could reach anyone. This couldn't be done earlier. The cost was exorbitant. It was only the large companies that could go and take their products to the market. But today, anyone can, because of the connected world, as I call it. You could basically connect your systems to a society that didn't know you before and help to solve their issues. If you look at used stock trade, our mission and our objective is to democratize wealth. And if you take the 1% of the world's richest people who owns more than 50% of the wealth, owns their own stock or stock of other companies. So the objective of used stock trade is how we could take what works for the 1% to the 99%. If you take the fundamentals, for example, Apple is a known company. Whether a rich guy buys it or a poor guy buys it, the fundamental of the company is the same. Nothing changes. First, let me explain the traditional way that you would trade in an exchange. Today, if you're a retail investor, you will send your order to a broker. right? In Sri Lanka, you will send to the broker will place the order. So sometimes your order goes through 4 hops to get executed. The Ustock has built a platform and an execution venue where 2 retailers can trade among themselves without being gamed by an institution or a middleman. Traditionally, if you look at it, why did people go to a broker? There was equity research, right? And they spend time educating the client on what stock to buy. So they have researched on a company and done that. Today, in a connected world, I can get any information in a company without talking to a single broker. I can basically know what the company is doing, the annual performance. I can go to Google Finance, find out what's going on. I can go to Reuters, I can go to Bloomberg. Furthermore, I can go to the patent office and see what new patents Apple has filed. So equity research has been something in the past, right? And now I can at fingertips. When Ustock built this whole thing, we are trying to educate people in understanding a company's fundamentals before they invest. So Ustock basically bought the professional tools that the professionals used to the retail community. If you look at Ustock slogan, it stands for Wall Street to Main Street. We're trying to bring Wall Street to everybody in the street. Earlier, I would have to build my own infrastructure. I would have to pay millions of dollars to buy the hardware. But today, I can go and be on the cloud that has access to every place. They have built the cloud for fault tolerance. They have built the cloud for security, which I don't have to invest today. And what's great is I only pay them for the equipment that I use. So today I have 1 million users, I pay them. Tomorrow my users drop to 100,000, I pay them only for what I use. So this model can allow anyone to come in, which was cost prohibitive earlier if you have to buy your own infrastructure. The smart thing is, from the same application, whether it's web, whether it's mobile, or whether it's on your TV, now we can correlate and get all this information and bring it to your communication device so that you don't have to go and look for this information. Let me start by telling you where this model has been successfully used. Ustock is bringing stock trading to the masses. Let's take one step up and say, who is the largest content provider in the world? Facebook. What do? They have built a platform where you and I provide the content and Facebook doesn't provide a single content, right? So now you and I can communicate in Facebook. Then you took a look at the world's biggest reservation company, Airbnb, that doesn't own a single property. What did they do? They brought the guy who wanted a room and a guy who had an extra room that didn't make money and put them together. Then you look at the world's largest taxi company, Uber, who doesn't own a single inventory. What did they do? They bought somebody who wanted a ride, and they also brought somebody who was sitting and doing nothing in his car, who could then bring them together and then solve the problem.
So that was a very insightful speech from Tony on basically how the democratization of information basically drives a lot of value down the value chain. For our third keynote, I'd like to invite Mr. Bhavik Rathod from Uber, who's going to talk to us about customer obsession at Uber.
No, I don't think it's working. Yeah? Okay. So I couldn't have asked for a better transition because we just spoke about Uber in the last few seconds. How many of you guys have heard of Uber? Show of hands. All right, quite a few. How many of you guys have used Uber in Sri Lanka? All right, that makes my job a little easier. Thank you. So I'm going to just talk about how Uber thinks about customer experience and how do we go about increasing the reach and relevancy to our customer base. So I'm going to talk about the presentation, everything from an Uber perspective, to give you insights about how we do it within the company. I'm general manager for South and West of India and Sri Lanka. My name is Bhavik Rathod. So starting off, customer obsession is part of our cultural value, right? So at Uber, we think about that we're just not customer focused, we're actually customer obsessed, which means we're going to put ourselves in the shoes of the customer, think about the problem the customer faces, and then try to solve that problem. It may not be easy, but we're not going to stop till we keep solving it. So how do we go about doing this? Well, just a little bit of background on Uber first. We're right now in about 65 plus countries, in over 400 plus cities, about 1 million plus driver partners, and about millions of riders. And we just recently launched in Colombo about 3.5 to 4 months ago. And this is the problem that we try to solve for, right? We talked about the problem just a few minutes ago, but this is the problem that you see in the streets of San Francisco where Uber started off, where you have to put a hand out to stop a car, or take a taxi ride from point A to point B, and it was really hard getting a ride. And we solved that by building the V1 of our application. This is how the application looked back in 2011. A simple application, all you do was set a pickup location, push a button, a car shows up. That was magical, right? It solved a problem that every person faced in the city to move from point A to point B. From there on to 2016, well, we evolved a lot. This is how the app looks right now, right? You request a ride, you take the ride, and then you rate the ride. And that's how easy the flow is. And between all this, you're transitioning from the online world to an offline world and come back to the online world. And how do you keep the customer engaged through that entire journey is really important. And that's how we think about Uber as well. And I'm going to walk you through some of those insights within the company. So, well, let me start about how do we go about increasing reach. Zoe just talked about Facebook Messenger being one of the most popular messaging services in Sri Lanka as well. Well, we have an API integration with Facebook Messenger. Right? We're leveraging that platform to increasing our reach to get to more users. So what do? Well, you just simply type, you need a ride in your Facebook Messenger. And what pops up is an API integration that we have with the Facebook Messenger that shows that you need a ride, book an Uber right from Facebook Messenger itself. And well, your driver dispatch and get all your driver details on the Facebook Messenger itself, right? So you're increasing your reach by leveraging an existing platform that has a large database. We do the same thing by partnering with a bunch of restaurant review applications. This one's an example of booking a table through Zomato. And what you could do is, not only could you reserve a table at a restaurant, but the next thing you need to get to a restaurant is take a ride. How do we integrate that for a consumer into the same application so it makes it really easy for a consumer to actually book a ride? Is we have an API integration that allows you to book a ride, gives you the options, select, and it already knows the destination, which is the restaurant that you want to get to, and gets you there. Well, airlines, pretty obvious, right? If you book an airline, if you book a flight, the next thing you need is a ride to go to the airport. And we have an integration with United as well. This is how we go about increasing our reach. It's not just about how Uber goes about promoting and marketing, but it's about how we leverage other tech platforms, whether chat applications, whether messaging platforms, whether airline applications, whether review websites, and how do we deeply integrate into each one of them to create a trip experience that can allow us to increase our reach to the user base. And then we also want to increase our reach and relevance by providing more choices, right? Choice is a beautiful thing. So what we did was, well, we had UberX, which is a low-cost option. We had that in Colombo. But we added a low-cost option below that as well, which is UberGo, making it more and more available to more users, right? This is a low-cost option. It's your hatchbacks, really cheap price, almost the price of a tuk-tuk here in Sri Lanka. And that helps you increase your reach to more users. We also have digital payments, so we have all different payment options. We don't have cash just in Colombo, but that's an option that we've actually launched in India. We've launched this in Vietnam. We launched this just recently in Singapore as well. And potentially an option for us to look at Colombo, again, to increase our reach, so we can reach more users in this country. And then improving the online experience. So we're talking about how do we improve online experience, and then how do we improve offline experience, and how do we think about it within the company. So what we start off with, what's one of the biggest pain points when we look at the online experience, right? It's about booking a ride, but then it's about how does a driver find you where you are? Well, map technology is evolving, but what we do is we also have a thing called suggested pickups. It actually machine learns the most common pickup locations around you, where it's easier for a car to come and pick you up and suggest that location. Hence, improving your online experience such that you can push move your pin to that suggested pickup location and make sure your driver comes there to pick you up. And well, this is an example from what we do in India, but it's essentially giving choice to a user about Well, do you want to share a car with another person and hence you're going to pay a lower price? Or do you want your own car and hence you're going to pay a higher price? Making all that information available on one screen only so you can toggle between the two options and choose what you prefer. If you're going to take a few extra minutes off your ride and go for a cheaper option, well, you have that option too. Or you can just get your own car and pay slightly higher. And then taking online to offline, right? Well, one of the most common problems, again, as users, ourselves, as employees of the company, what we used to think about is how do we find the driver, right? There's so many cars on the road, but there's so many Ubers on the road as well. What next? How do we find the how to find a driver? Well, this is an example or a test that we ran, right? We give you an option to select the color that you're familiar with or your color that you like. You choose that, and guess what? There's going to be an LED light in the car that's going to flash with the same color when the car comes to pick you up. So you can identify the car with the color. That's taking your online experience to the offline world, so it makes it easier for a user to find its car. And here's another way of improving online to offline experience, right? A lot of users use Spotify. That's the way to listen to music now, right? How cool it would be if you were to create a playlist that you will listen to at home, and as you move from your home into the car, your playlist continues. And the same song that you left off at when you were listening at home continues when you get in the car and the driver's playing that in the car itself. And we have that integration already with Spotify. That's what it does. So if you're listening to an Eminem song, which is halfway through, and you left your home, you get in the car, it starts playing from the same place, which is pretty awesome, right? And then taking it a step further. Well, what are you saying in the car? How do we keep you busy? How do we keep you entertained? You're in the car for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, depending on the country that you're in. Well, we started about, how about we create our own newspaper or our own magazine that we can put in Uber cars that can be relevant for users to read for the duration of the ride. And it's not a lengthy newspaper with 30 pages. It's a much shorter one because the trip durations are much shorter in an Uber as well. And then about customer obsession, right? How do we go about customer obsession? So one of the things we do within Uber is what we call Uber Labs, which basically means every employee in the company needs to be an entrepreneur, needs to be an innovator, which means they have to come up with experiments that can enhance the customer experience. We do this by using a platform. There's a social platform that we have within the organization called Uber Labs, where you can record a lab experiment that you want to run that can help improve your customer reach and relevance, and you can record that data, whether it could be about improving the way you're doing email marketing, about the way you reach, or new ways of users to book a ride. And all that can be experimented and recorded here, and every single employee is encouraged. That kind of culture is really important as you think about customer obsession. And it doesn't stop there. Every single user within the company, which is every employee, has an option to take an Uber ride. Well, one of the benefits that we have as employees is we get free rides, right? Which is pretty awesome. But part of the ownership of taking free rides is also every time you record a bug, if you find a bug in the application or you find any new feature request that just suddenly sparks, all you gotta do is take a screenshot from the app itself, and it pops up this option that do you want to report this to the IT team, whether it's a bug or whether it's a new feature request. And every employee in Uber has access to do this. Again, making it really easy for every employee to contribute to new features. And then taking a step further on customer obsession, right? One of the first things that Uber did and pioneered is the entire feedback mechanism. Not only does the rider rate the driver rates the rider as well. And we take every rating very seriously. And when you're looking at an online experience and an offline experience as well, the entire rating mechanism needs to be very, very critical, and it's a backbone for any organization, because you can only be customer obsessed if you listen to your customer. The very first thing you got to do is listen and understand patterns about what your customers are facing, what are their problems, and how you can solve that. So the rating screen on Uber has been evolved over many years to capture that feedback, and then we can work upon that. Either it's fixing some of the behavior of the driver, or it's fixing about some things that we can do on the application itself. And then we try to make it as easy as possible on the web, right? Which means we're listening to our customers. We understand what the most common questions that customers have, what are the most common issues that riders face, and putting all of that into one page so that the frequency at which the user needs to reach out to us reduces, and all the information is available to the user right there itself. And it's not just about for our riders, but it's also for our drivers. So we have a separate page and a separate program for our drivers called Uber Club, where drivers can actually go and go through all their questions, all their issues, and also all the rewards and benefits of driving on Uber. And then increasing relevance, right? I mean, that's the other bit. And how to increase relevance? We keep asking ourselves a question. we are an on-demand technology, right? We're providing transportation as reliable as running water. But if we can provide a car in 10 minutes or under 10 minutes, what else can we bring to our users? And we keep asking ourselves the question every single day. And we've done this in many different ways to wow our riders and as well as increasing relevance for ourselves. So recently in Sri Lanka, we actually partnered with the Red Cross Society and we did what we call Uber Care, which was a donation drive, right? You could book a car, you could also book a Uber Care car, which would just come pick you up and collect donations from you. And that was in association with Red Cross, right? Who doesn't like cricket? Well, you partner with cricketers to bring cricketers on demand. All you gotta do is push a button, a car shows up, and potentially a cricketer sitting inside the car is gonna come and take a few selfies with you. But we have a few Sri Lankan cricketers that participated in this with us. We have Mela Javardhana and we have Kumar Sanagara that were Rider Zeros on the Uber platform, and we launched in Colombo. And that's my favorite, by the way, Rider Onesie. There have been some stories, and by the way, it's very important to listen to your customers, right? Because some of the best stories come out when you listen to your customers. We had a customer sitting in one of the cars in the US that just went into labor and had to go to the hospital, and an Uber showed up sooner than the ambulance, right? And because they used an Uber to go to the hospital, when the kid was born, what we did was we provided them a Rider Onesie. This is an Uber Onesie that we give the newborn. And again, just a personal touch to the user goes a long way in creating those nice stories. And my personal favorite, Uber Chopper. We did this recently in Colombo as well and associated with Simplify. And this is, again, asking yourself a question, if you can bring your car in 10 minutes, what else can we bring you? Well, push a button, and how about a chopper shows up? That's pretty awesome, right? Let me just end this presentation with a quick video. It's about a minute. Hopefully it works.
It's the start of 2016. So on the first weekend of the new year, Uber, partnering with Simplify, gave its users a chance to ride in a chopper by just a click of a button. Our lives just got better. A whole lot better. So this one-off event by Uber showcases its technology that can bring you anything on demand. I feel like I just stepped out of a CSI episode. Seems like Colombo is going up. Today, it's a chopper. And I have a feeling that they're up to something in the weeks to come.
Thank you, Bhavik. So we've seen the data, we've heard the examples, but are we really ready to do this? How do we do this? What's practical, what's not practical is probably what we need to delve into. So we have a pretty good panel here that we can kind of get into a conversation with. And before I move further, I'd also like to welcome Mr. Tori Veerasinghe. He's joining us online from the US. So feel free to tweet your questions. I have a list of questions that I'm going to start off with, but please text in your questions at any one of the participants. Tony Lakshman will also be able to answer. Okay, so Tony will also be able to answer. He's online. So let me start off. I'd like to dovetail into a point that was made in the first session. where Chris spoke about, at the end of the day, if you're an organization and you're delivering value, what you're predominantly doing is creating and curating a customer experience. And he said a customer experience is basically you're creating something that's useful, usable, and desirable. So we have an interesting mix here. We have organizations that are digital natives, that in being digital intrinsically have managed to change and disrupt. And we have organizations that are strong physical atoms-based organizations that are looking to make the transformation. So I'd like to open the floor by asking all of you to make a quick comment. What do you think is the fundamental difference between, say, a digital customer experience versus an offline customer experience? Or is there a difference at all? So maybe Zoe, we could start with you.
I think that as businesses, we need to focus on a single view of the customer, and we need to think about providing a consistent experience to them, whether it's online or offline.
Sure.
And that's not without its challenges, but we need to be striving towards that so that we can start to engage with them online, so that they may be looking up a product, they may be looking up details about a store, they may be checking on availability. And when we get them into store, we're able to follow through with giving them a good experience with the in-store experience, but also with the product that they go on to buy. So we're not there today, but I think we need to strive to see the customer as one person, whether they engage with us online or off.
Yeah, I mean, just adding on to that, right? The experience has to be seamless. So when you're transitioning from an online experience or digital experience to an offline experience, how do you ensure that's seamless and the customer is always engaged on all platforms at the same time? One of the things that we think about is when you look at a restaurant and you're looking for an option, you want to go out for tonight. Well, you not only search a restaurant, you look at reviews, but you can also book a table. When you go there, you can probably also make the payment for what you just ate at the restaurant online itself. So you have an offline experience blended with an online experience right there itself. And as you leave the restaurant, you're also rating your experience at the restaurant as well. And that data is then shared with the restaurant to improve upon. So you can blend the two worlds, as Zoe said, look at the customer from the same lens, but bring in the two worlds together as much as possible.
I tend to agree. I think, coming from the service industry, I think the fact is you need to understand what the customer is looking for. And I think from the service industry, it's all about creating a different value proposition to the consumer. So be it online or offline, it's the value that you create. So in that quest, I think you need to find the right balance of what you need to create within that. Now, coming from the banking industry, I think one of the problems that we guys face compared to everybody else is that we are a traditional brick and mortar kind of a delivery. So whether we like it or not, people, when they want to go in for a bank, they actually look at the look and feel or the trust that is there. In fact, in the presentation, it was very clear the people are looking for the trust. See, unlike somebody going into a restaurant and having something to consume, it's not a consumable. It is your future and your wealth that you have. So you need to probably feel it, right? So you need to strike a balance between the offline and the online. But then if you listen to all the other speakers, even before us, you're getting into the new millennials. And if you don't have that right mix and get into the digital, you're going to be left behind.
So if you're looking at the difference, right, I think there are two very fundamental differences. One is that the digital experience is always on, right? Whether it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 1 a.m. in the morning, I need to be able to find what I'm looking for, right? Whether it's banking details, whether it's information on a product, whatever. The second difference is the fact that there's transparency. Within transparency, there's comparability, which means I can figure out what's the price of this versus that. On top of that is, again, transparency with reviews, right? We talked about this earlier. How good is this product? What are other people saying about this product, right? And I think those are two very, very, very important fundamental differences between that offline experience versus that online experience. Right. And if you want to scale that back a little bit more, it's understanding the value of that online customer, right? So studies have shown, for example, in India, an online customer going through an online experience can be 2 times to 5 times more valuable than an offline customer. So making that experience that much better becomes that much more important. So.
Thank you. Okay.
See, my view is we've come a long way from you can like any car as long as it's black.
The Model T.
To, for example, what we are here today. So since you called us atoms, see, it's a fine line between focusing on volume and value. But the fundamental premise, I think, be it offline or online, I think is customer experience. Because we are also here to serve the consumer.
Yeah.
So if you look at, maybe we have a large set of consumers buying one particular product, so hence the volume comes. Yeah. So I think it's a transition, but I think the fundamental principle is still the same, delight in the consumer. So today, I think if you're offline, it's simply because of the volume and the business model. But very soon, I think taking the digital principles into account in terms of saying every single consumer is key. I think it's just a transition and it's a matter of time.
So let's debate this a little, right? I mean, so it's, for example, Makshud, it's easy to say that it's just a transition, right? But it's obviously going to take a lot more. And then Bhavik, you were saying, it's the same lens that you would look at. But what I would like to push at is it the same lens? Is it just is it merely a switch that you need to flip? Because if you allude to Jagan's point, the digital consumer is always on. He's expecting transparency, he has multiple touch points. It's not as simple as the offline consumer. So in that sense, Makshud, maybe you can start off. How would a large MNC like Unilever really think about, okay, making that step as you put it?
See, fundamentally, I think, we belong to Generation X. We still need our notebooks, the pen, paper, versus the digital or the Facebook and all. So that's reality. Yeah. Fundamentally, I think we are also sitting on processes and principles, maybe that have grown over 30, 40 years. And let's face it, you need a one size fits all, you need certain processes, and maybe being an MNC, you have those traditional strategies, processes that work. And let's face it, I think by definition, FMCG is fast moving consumer goods. So that means our approach, our attitude and everything has to be fast moving. And on the other hand, you have a fact that you have to maybe satisfy each and every consumer. And that's the fundamental premise of any FMCG. So I think the reason when I say transition, it's a matter of transition, I think that happens. But two key issues happen. People on the top need to drive it. And you also need to be aware that the processes also have to change to adapt to the current thinking. So those are the two, I think, impeding roadblocks. So me, as a head of the department, if I say, yes, digital is fine, but it's going to give me only maybe a 20% increase, which is still 1% of my turnover. Continue to spend 95% of the spend, etc., on traditional ways. And if I take maybe a short-term approach of this year, you need to grow by 15% and next year by another 20% and go with the same tried and tested model, we are going to fail in the long term. So what people have built the businesses over the last 30, 40 years will just come crashing down in the next 10 years. So I think that is why I keenly say it's a top-down approach. It has to be a diktat. Because the brand manager or the lower departments, they won't have the foresight in terms of taking it through. And the second thing is also being at the top, we need to enable the right processes to take place. Because I think as an industry, capability is one, interpreting insights. I think Zoe and I had a chat this morning. We have a lot of data, but how do we interpret the insight? Because we're very used to looking at traditional data. Thinking that people are sitting at home in front of the TV for 1 to 2 hours, and I think so. This morning I was like saying we have the research data which says people unlock their phones, like Zoe was saying, 84 times a day.
84 times a day.
So what? But if you tell me I will sit in front of the TV and be watching news, teledrama, and maybe a teledrama at 1 p.m., I can understand. But what does 84 times mean? But getting that through the system is going to be a big struggle. So I think that's why I'm saying transition is true. But the two most important factors are top-down in terms of the diktat and also help enabling the process. That's my view.
Tarak, to build on the same point, if you are to make this switch, what kind of challenges? I mean, if you look at Uber, for example, the whole customer journey is clearly mapped out. There is a very clear data discipline. There's a lot of insights that the data presents. So now in a very traditional business that is making this switch, what kind of barriers? So Makshud talks about process, top-down leadership, but a little more detail on the barriers that you would probably be facing, and are you doing anything to overcome any of these barriers?
Actually, Irfan, I think I think it's very common to, even for the banks, to the preliminaries what Makshud spoke about, the processes, and then internally accepting it and all that. But then if you move into banking, I think we face some of the bigger obstacles moving other than what Makshud spoke about. Number one being that we need to make sure that the regulator, or in the case of central bank, regulator is on par. Because whether we like it or not, if the regulator is not on board, we are not going to get anywhere. I'll give you a classic example. Sampath Bank is the first bank to go into cloud. Why none of you probably know is because we haven't gone into cloud with our existing customer data, because we need a sanction. What we have done is we have moved in with the staff information, staff data, and the staff transactional based things onto cloud, right? For us to move into cloud per se, the systems, processes, everything in place, it needs a lot of approvals and a lot of acceptance coming in. That is number one. Number two, I think when you look at banks, we have so much of partners that come on board. So the partners need to be ready with the platform scalability for us to move into digital. For example, Visa, Master, Amex, they need to be part of the same thinking that we have. But I would say the third is one of the biggest things that we face. I think in any digital, I think it is, you need to understand among yourselves that what is it that you want to do with digital. Right now, I'll explain it in a very simple form from an example. We just launched as our newest entry into the digital world, where we introduced what we call the missed call banking. Now, the missed call banking is all about you dial and you give a missed call, and your entire number of accounts that you have, you get the balances of your accounts coming onto your screen immediately after you dial off. Now, when we wanted to launch this, if you look at the traditional method of looking at it to see what would it bring, you would start adding numbers to say, okay, what profit, what income we generate. But what we looked at was giving a total different customer experience to the consumer. For example, how many times have you all gone into a shop and wanting to pull out your debit card and thinking, can I make this payment whether I have the money in your account? What did you do? Either you hold it back and pay with cash, or you try to go into an ATM and then try to look at the balance. Or for example, you're trying to write a check to a guy and you don't know what the balance is. Here, you just do a missed call and then you just see what the balance is. But fundamentally, trying to give that a customer experience, we ended up the customer having the ability to get a total different value proposition, and the coffers of the bank started going up, because at the end of the day, the more number of people start using this, you have more SMSs going out, and there is a value proposition that is shared between the telcos and the banks. And since I know that some of my competitors are here, I will not share the numbers. We actually got, within the first 4 days, probably the entire development cost that we got for the product. But the beauty is we never looked at the ROI, or we never looked at what we are going to get in. We focused on the customer experience, and I think that is the biggest barrier.
I think that's a fantastic example of embracing smart technology and creating value, and how it ends up delivering value for the business as well. But the thing is, how do you scale that up? I think we can move on to a related discussion point, and with Zoe and Barik is, so Taraka basically was building up around a customer value proposition that they kind of built using smart technology. So do you see a fundamental difference in your world in re-engineering the value proposition, be it a digital customer versus an offline customer? Do you see a difference, or don't you?
I think that what we start to see with technology, and Tony touched on this around the democratization in his case of a stock trading platform, is we actually do see increasing democratization. Our customers are very open to approaching businesses with different business models. So they actually support the disruptors to some extent because they don't have the barriers around it. So to give an example there, if we look at a very traditional sector, so if we think about the razor and razor blade market, we've seen a disruptor come through in the US called Dollar Shave Club. And Dollar Shave Club's had massive success over the past year or so, with you sign up to a regular subscription and you choose your razor, you choose your blades, you choose your other accessories to go with it, your shaving foam, and it gets delivered to you on a regular monthly basis. You never have to think about making that purchase again. So they have disrupted that marketplace, and the consumer is very open to that. The consumer's engaged with them one-to-one, and the razor and razor blade environment's never been a direct selling environment. But consumers have said, yeah, I'm prepared to buy that directly. And it's been the online environment that's allowed that to happen. And it's democratized that marketplace to some extent in a very specific case in the US, not worldwide. You're okay, I think, at the moment. But I do think that we need to be very aware. Yes, we're in transition as businesses, but we need to be very clear about what our timeline for transition is and the risk that not transitioning fast enough presents to us. And I would absolutely agree, it has to be top down. We have to have a top-down understanding and drive the initiatives that will enable us to take the risks, that will enable us to continue to build successful businesses into the future. Disruption is about identifying an inefficiency and taking that inefficiency out of the system, which is what Uber has done incredibly effectively, which is what Dollar Shave Club has done to some extent. And we might be in entrenched businesses that we struggle with, and we have processes to combat the inefficiencies. But there's somebody out there who doesn't have all that legacy history, who's looking at this from a clean sheet of paper and thinking about how can we build a better model without those inefficiencies. And the internet and the online world creates a more democratic environment where they can potentially recognize that opportunity.
So what I'd like to actually push back, and maybe Bhavi can add to this, is so we constantly talk about a single-minded value proposition in the pure sense of marketing, right? Can we afford to be single-minded about a value proposition? Because the consumer is getting increasingly fragmented. Right. I mean, from your presentation, Mike, what I saw is you seem to be listening to the consumer really well. And you seem to be almost driving an advanced level of proactive service to the customer. So everything you do is different. Yes, you have a base platform that you build on. So what's your view on it? Can we be single-minded about a proposition, or is it starting to get fragmented? Are we starting to cater mostly towards, say, a market of one?
So I think from a consumer perspective, no, we got to offer more options, right? But I think the platform has to be the same. So I think Uber is a good example of that, because the platform is the same, but every consumer has a different choice. Some consumers don't mind sharing a ride. Some want a cheaper option. Some want a more expensive option. Some want two wheels. Some are just running errands to go from just a kilometer distance, and some want to go all the way to the airport 50 kilometers, right? I think in all these cases, the use case for a consumer is different, and then the consumer is coming with a different mindset or the reason for opening Uber app, but the platform is the same. So I think while I go back to what I said earlier, I think we got to put a single lens in the way we think about the consumer. That's the only way you're going to make sure that the technology that you build is going to be scalable, whether it's going to be a digital experience or an offline experience. But making sure that you're offering all the options for all the different touch points a consumer might have. And that is fragmented, right? And it's going to be gradual until it comes or comes all together. I think the way we think about it at Uber is how do you fuse bits and atoms, right? So we talked about atoms earlier, and we talk about bits at Uber as well. Bits is basically our technology, our backbone, our data, and we're collecting millions and millions and millions of records of data every single day with every single route a user takes, every single time a user opens the app, where they open the app, how they use it, the time they spend on it. I mean, they're just records created in large quantities. But how do you decode that? And then how do you fuse that with the atoms, which is the physical word about, whether it's delivering a car, whether it's delivering a courier package, whether it's about delivering food, or anything else that can be on demand, right? And I think fusing that together on a single platform is important.
Yes, Jagan, I was just about to come to you. So if you talk about value proposition, Google talks about moments and micro moments.
So, I mean, I feel like you were talking about transition earlier, right? I feel a lot of companies get bogged down with the sexy side of technology, creating an awesome app, creating, what do you call big data analysis on the cloud. And then you forget to do the fundamentals, which is, let's start with owning those micro moments. from an FMCG point of view. Let's imagine there are millions of people out there looking for hair care treatment. How do I make sure my hair doesn't fall out? Where do they go? They go to Google and type it in. Are you there? Make sure that you are solving that problem for them. You don't necessarily have to push Dove down their throats, for example, but you're there with the video saying, this is the kind of treatment that you need. From a banking point of view, how do I make sure I earn 100,000 rupees every month? How do I save to the best of my abilities? Are you as Sampath Bank there to make sure you're providing this advice to them? It may not turn into dollars tomorrow, but you're owning that moment. You now become the problem solver on a digital platform to all these consumers who are looking for answers, right? So I feel like traditional companies, this is a great place for you to start. Own and solve these problems for your potential consumers. And then while you're getting your act together, essentially, with the top-down change and how your strategy works, etc., you're constantly making sure you're present, right? Which I believe is very, very important. And I think a lot of companies, not just in Sri Lanka, but globally, can ramp up on this. And you're already into digital.
And I just wanted to add, I think, reflecting and talking, I think one thing is as decision makers, I think one point is, can we unlearn and learn? Because I think tried and tested experiences are here to stay. So that is a big challenge. And the second thing I was just reflecting is we are also traditionally focused on the supply chain. So I think in reaching the products to the shopping outlet, maybe everything is digitized. You would have orders getting placed on mobile first, maybe on Facebook pages. The trader can log in and say, I don't have this stock, it is sent. Maybe from a quality assurance point of view, customers come up and then we are readily behaving to their needs. But it's all from a supply chain perspective. And obviously you would have the brand team working parallelly, trying to shape behaviors and perceptions and all. So I think that is where the issue is. So supply chain is getting digitized, factories are getting digitized, more modern, etc. But I think the same applicability to the consumer space hasn't necessarily happened because it's running on two separate shifts. And that is where I suppose from a budget point of view, thought point of view, and as you correctly said, for me, maybe a mass market today would give a positive ROI versus micro moments, I don't see it on P&L. So that mindset change is, I think, what's required.
Tariq, you have something?
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of examples of what you just stated, right? About how do you change that shelf to a digital shelf. I came across an article in South Korea where at train stations on the platform walls, they put the entire offerings that they have, the grocery list with QR codes, and you just select what you want, and you select the train station you're going to get off at, and by the time you get off, there's a grocery store that's already packaged everything you've asked for and kept it ready for you. The other one I just came recently across was in Stockholm in Sweden, where there is no one just checking you out. There's no one in the store. You use your application, your phone, to authenticate, to get into the shop. Only when you press a button is the door opens up. You get in, every item you pick up, you scan it from the phone itself, you pay from the phone and you walk out. There's no one in the store to help you out. And that's basically fusing the two worlds together.
Maksud, I think the example kind of leads to an interesting point, which is you can design a custom experience, but at the end of the day, the delivery of that experience is mostly dependent on your supply chain, which is then dependent on a fulfillment model. So what would, for example, Unilever be thinking about customer experience, and how would that link to, say, fulfillment and supply chain?
So I think fundamentally, I think learning from how traditional places work is I think there with us already. But I think the current internet companies, e-commerce companies, I think what do they do? And I think that the pace of change is something we as a business need to keep in mind. So processes are pretty much set, 90 to 95%. But this would require a lot of rapid dynamic shifts, I suppose, in terms of the process, thinking, capability, people. So that is something we're putting up in place right now on a very aggressive note.
Because something that's been increasingly discussed about, and maybe Zoe can add to this, is the whole concept of omni-channel.
Yeah.
So what are you really doing? So the consumer journey is not linear anymore. It's completely fragmented. It's omni-channel. So maybe Zoe, you can add to this after Maksud. I'd like to understand, even maybe Taraka, what would product and service organizations be doing to think about omni-channel? Do you see an opportunity there? Do you see an opportunity to engineer better customer experience? And is that something you'll be thinking about?
Yeah, so currently, definitely. So currently we take a very brand-oriented approach, not an entire structured consumer-oriented approach. Because I mean, when you are sharing the Uber experience, you have one platform, but you're nicely segmenting and dissecting it. But I suppose we take a very P&L ROI-based approach. So obviously, certain brands go there. For example, food brands or even Dove would have that experience already inbuilt, but it doesn't necessarily get transformed into other categories. So that's a progression or transition, I would say, that we are in. But in certain brands, it is really working. Certain brands, it is not, because still it is an ROI mentality. So maybe there's a learning I can take from Taraka on how to adapt and do things.
I think Taraka's learning would be there's no ROI discussion. Yeah.
I was just thinking, going up to my boss and saying, there's no ROI in this.
Irfan, before I get into that, you want me to touch on that? I think
Yes.
there's a,
So we do have a few questions from the audience. Taraka,
there was one on two-factor authentication, and on a lighter note, I told you that there is competition here. I think they're there.
They have
let me clarify. Sampath Bank do have two-factor authentication, but there's a difference between the other banks. The user need to activate it, and I'll tell you why. Because actually, this has a relevance to what we believe in. What we believe in the digital marketing space. What we do, right? You see, if you look at digital space, you look at Uber, you look at every other aspect on consumer usage. What happens is, digital is driven by the fact that the individual gets control of the system, right? You wanted a taxi, you had to keep your hand out. What Uber does is you control the whole element. The biggest challenge that finances, institutions, or the banks have, again, my competition can learn out of this, is that when somebody wants to come to the bank, why digital is relatively less accepted is, when we want to thrust this upon them and we need them to do it, consumers want the bank to do it. Simple example. We give the most sophisticated digital arm to open an account, just press of a button. 9 out of 10 people will not want to do it. They want a bank officer to do that for them. Why? They believe that when that happens, my money is secured. So we have an issue fundamentally get the consumers to change this perception, get the consumers to think differently. That is why even on the two-factor authentication, we wanted the consumer to start activating it, rather than just thrusting upon them to saying, look, now you have two-factor authentication, or it's automatically there. Why we need to get them into this habit of banking with a difference. And I'm happy to tell you that we are getting a lot of inroads in that, because we need to change that perception. Otherwise, banks will start doing digitalization, but it's only in the surface. We will not be able to go into the league of probably Uber and even sometimes what Unilever does.
Thanks, Taraka. So if you're Taraka's competition in the audience, you should be worried. Zoe, any thoughts on, see, for example, Asia is basically driving a high index factor on e-commerce readiness, on omnichannel. Are there any interesting learnings and insights that you've seen? Any predictions you can make about Sri Lanka's readiness for omnichannel? And then I come back to Jagan on that as well.
Yeah, and it's actually a Google case study that one of the best examples I've seen globally is Macy's, the department store in the US. And they've taken and obviously they're retail, they're not a manufacturer, but they've recognized that they needed to break down the silos in their organization so that they could offer a real omni-channel experience to their customer. And so they united the online and offline experience under one head of customer experience, who's responsible for ensuring that they are engaging with the customer and moving them through the sales channel, no matter where and how the customer engages with them. So their mobile site is highly set up locationally. You can check product availability. You can check the product availability in the store nearest you. You can reserve the product so that when you get in store, it's waiting for you. But the really interesting piece that Macy's have seen is that customers who are engaging with them on multiple platforms are worth 8 times more to them than customers that shop in store alone. So this is showing the impact that every other channel is actually having on retail. They're geared up to sell through all of those channels, but all of the channels in which customers can engage with them are having an impact on retail. And Deloitte's estimate that mobile is having an impact on retail to the tune of $1 trillion a year. And that's not people shopping online. That's people engaging with mobile to find out about store information, product availability, how to get to the store, the opening hours. So it really is an ecosystem, and all of the channels need to be lined up to help the customer navigate through that path to purchase and make the purchase at whatever stage in that journey they feel like converting.
I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but it goes back to micro moments, right? Why? Starting from being online to going into the store. I think my colleague Fazal used Sephora as an example, but even Macy's. You start off, I think Burberry also did something very, very similar. You start off online, right? You want to know what, you look for what you want. Now you find that one particular store has it. You go to that store, you try it on. You want to start checking this out in different colors. It might not be available in that store, right? But you're looking for it again. Right, you want a different. You go. You find something else in the store that you like. You want to see what reviews it has, right? So again, at different moments in time, people are looking for different things, and throughout the channels, whether it's on an online platform or an offline platform, are you as a business there to answer these questions that your consumer has, and answer them effectively so that they feel good enough and informed enough to make a purchase, which is probably where the value of a consumer on multiple channels, multiple platforms is significantly higher, because they've gone through the additional, I don't want to say headache, but they've gone through the additional process of doing the additional research, getting additional reviews, etc. And because of that, they're much better informed to make more and more purchases.
You want to add to that? Yeah.
No, I just want a clarification from Tarak, if it's okay, Irfan.
Yeah, sure. Go for
No,
it.
because you were saying 9 out of 10 consumers today are apprehensive. They want the bank to do. So one of the dilemmas that we have as well is into e-commerce or into digitization. For example, they are still happy going to the Kade, the supermarket and all. And that inflection point is something we are really not seeing. So from a process and a structure point of view, if that 9 becomes 5, would the bank be ready to manage that transition? So you have the structure in place already in case that happens.
I think, Makshud, that's a very valid question. The first answer is yes.
Okay.
However, what you need to understand is when that transition takes place, the biggest problem may not be necessarily the processes or the technology it is available. Okay. The biggest problem is what is going to happen to your redundant staff. For example, people. Right? So if you look at us, I'm pretty sure even my other competitor banks are there doing the same thing. We have a conscious decision that we have taken while we improve the processes, while these things come on board. We will not have increase in numbers of staff or human resources coming in, anticipating this change. However, as I said, how fast it will happen or
but at least you have a framework or a blueprint in terms of...
Because I don't think I think we have a fully grown set of IT capabilities and people in almost all industries. So I think the infrastructure is not an issue as far as...
So this is a perennial debate. I mean, technology, smart tech is driving a lot of service automation. So what's the ideal ratio between the human interface and, say, the machine and the technology interface?
I suppose it's a mindset, isn't it? I mean, when it happens, you know you're ready and you've taken precautions, and also you have a roadmap, I suppose, to get there. That's an interesting...
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think Uber is a very good example for that. You see, I think in each different industry, we do this. We take that leap. Right. Yesterday we had the same kind of a forum where somebody said it's a leap of faith that you need to take in. When you take this leap, you see what happens automatically is you give a total different customer experience, and without your knowledge, your competition is also trying to do the same thing or bettering you. So what happens? The consumer eventually gets a better deal, and then they become more knowledgeable and more value driven, and I think it will help the cause.
So I'm just going to have to, we have our last 5 minutes. There's one more area I want to cover, and there's a question from the audience as well on that area, which is what smart tech really drives is data points. And again, the previous session we spoke about the data has to be useful, valuable. Jagan, maybe you could open up with, is there really, so the question here is there, can data analytics be used as a blue ocean strategy? Maybe it's not that wide for me, but how well can organizations use data instead of just a rear view approach? Usually in marketing, we wait for research reports that they're 3 to 6 months old. By the time it's not a consumer trend anymore. No offense to a research agency at the panel. But data drives more real-time insight. So how could organizations really use data to craft better customer experience?
So using data, you figure out what your customers actually want and what you're able to provide them, right? I can't remember the name of the hotel chain. I think it was in France. But essentially, they found out that, they figured out that the majority of their customers were business travelers. So what did their customers want? They wanted to come in, check in very quickly, a comfortable bed, a good shower, and then just leave, right? So they removed a whole bunch of frills, which is a very automated process at the front desk where you walk in and you just put your credit card in, you get your room key, go back in, right? So it's just that kind of granular, it gives you that kind of granular understanding of your customer so that you're very quickly able to make very, very good business decisions. Otherwise, this hotel would continue to have its very fancy front desk with its very expensive to maintain lobby, additional turn down services, for example, that weren't required by very short stay business customers, right? So it just enables you, if you want to look at this data and make sure that, Peter Diameda, right? Yeah. So earlier he was talking about his ATM card, right? So again, just that, if you can tell that 5 times after somebody's used their ATM card that they've only used English, remove that step, right? So just enhancing that customer experience with, in this case, very, very real-time data.
So we're all sure of what data can do for us, but Mike, maybe you can talk about what does it really take to instill a data discipline in a company? That's the harder part.
No, absolutely. I think, backbone of the company, and I'll probably go back to Uber's experience, but the backbone of the company is technology and data, right? And we, like I said, we're capturing, data points which are in the millions or billions. But, talking about real-time data again, how can we instill that into the company? Is we got like data scientists sitting in the organization that are constantly brainstorming on how do we leverage the data better and better. And I think one of the things that we do really well and we keep improving upon is use of data to do a better job increasing efficiency and better job matching supply with demand. Now that can be applied to every industry, but I'll give you Uber's example is we know at any point of time, number of people have opened an application in the city. Based on that, well, you can actually come up with heat maps. You can come up with trends on where people book a ride at what time of the day. Based on that, you can actually position your cars in those locations. Based on that, you can actually ensure that the car is delivered to the user in the least amount of time, because now you already have learned where the user is going to be at that point of time, right? Now, what's that done is that's also not only improved the customer experience, because now the customer is going to get a car and going to get a car really fast, but it's also improved the driver experience on the supply side, because the driver is assured of a ride at that point of time, and his pickup is only 2 minutes away or 3 minutes away, versus waiting for a call center employee to call him, hey, your next pickup is at this location, which could be an hour away, right? So that's use of real-time data where you can actually use to draw heat maps. And that, if you think about that, that can be used in several industries, right? Whether it's retail industries on real-time data on how consumables are being used and how that can be replenished or changed. Whether it's, in Uber's world about matching supply with demand, or whether it's going back to the hotel industry that we was talking about, what is it really the users actually cares about, and only providing that, and you can get rid of a whole bunch of other stuff that's not really important.
Actually, I noticed a sly smile on the whole data discipline.
No. So maybe I'll make a point to it. I'm exaggerating just to drive home a point. Let's face it, we would spend enormous amount of time in terms of the product mix.
Yeah.
What goes into it, what is the inside, what you take out of it, and when the bottle is sitting in front of you, do you feel good about it? What are the colors, easy identification? And then thereafter, what happens is we go into our activity mode. So we would do a poster. So the biggest tension is printing 1 lakh posters. doing a 30-second TV commercial, and our entire campaign process is about 4 months. By the time, maybe consumer dynamics have changed. And the data, as you correctly said, the household panel and all, is used as a benchmark. Am I doing right or wrong? And maybe my annual target setting process is right. So I think the difference I see is, I think from a digital, the data insights that you're presenting, I think the number one thing is patience. Sitting down and actually going through that and going through what's underlying, what's underneath it, what's driving those behaviors. And I think that is a fundamental shift in the discipline on how we are used to in operating.
And is organizations like yours thinking about that?
We are. So one of the fundamentals thing is, I think we have a lot of regional and global data. We have a few trends going from local, but I think a lot more data points are required from a digital front from Sri Lanka. I think research agencies need to invest in terms of going there. That's the fundamental shift. But of course, I think for the agencies to do those, I think clients like us also have to demand. So it's, again, as I said, I think starts from the top. We just need to demand. And I think drive that entire culture shift of sitting down and learn the data and just interpret it. I think that is where it starts. Then it'll just come in terms of how we do it, because I think from a spend point of view, our spends are going up considerably high. But I suppose the quality of it and what goes into it, from maybe micro moments to how it's been used, I think it's an entire learning process.
Fantastic. So we're out of time. We could have gone on. Quick wrap up, maybe 30 seconds. Zoe, Sari, from you, something you'd like to leave behind with the audience, and then we can wrap up.
So this session was about customer engagement, and I think the key principle that I'd like to leave is the idea of really having a robust understanding of your customer and how they're behaving in the new digital environment that is very much a reality now and will continue to be so in the future, and to plan to evolve your communication with them accordingly.
Just adding on to that, I think it starts with just listening to your customer, right? And it's not only about the number of instances customers raise issues and they write to you about, but they're writing to you in different channels. They're writing to you through Twitter, they're writing you through Facebook, they're writing you through, just emailing it to you. But I think fundamentally, as an organization, got to be very, very strong in imbibing the culture of listening to your customer, because that's where it starts, and that's how you can solve a problem.
Yeah, I guess I go back to what I said at the start. I think you need to look at customer experience and delivering a value proposition to the customer and making use of the digital platform to do that. And fundamentally, once you do that, for God's sake, make sure that all your digital platforms, the data that you collected are cohesively together, and you give that experience getting data with all those platforms rather than having one platform talking something else and another platform you deriving something out of that, which means at the end of the day, you move into data analytics. That, I think, is the future.
What do you think I'm going to say? Micro moments. But in all honesty, yes, right? Before you get into all the sexiness and all the cool stuff that digital can provide you, understand the basics, right? Make sure you're present when your customers are looking for you specifically, and make sure you're present when customers have a problem that you can solve, right? That is very, very, very powerful, because if you can help them solve a problem, you're already a hero in their books, right? So micro moments is a great way to start.
Benefits of going last is, maybe I can just summarize it. So
I'm going to have
okay, from maybe the points is, maybe while the current consumer embraces digital age, maybe what we can do is kiss away, basically keep it simple. So while consumers are embracing, we just keep it simple. And the fundamental premise is never changing, which is by design, we are a fast moving consumer goods industry or any particular organization. I think that dynamism needs to come in, and consumer anyway is king or queen. So in that logic, I think the fundamentals don't change. So just kiss away.
Thank you. So I think it's clear. I mean, it's very clear that we're at a point of change. And what's also clear is that the fundamental of listening to your customer, knowing your consumer, working on consumer insight is not going to change. What's really changing is how we embrace smart technology to really deliver a better customer experience, build platforms, and be relevant to this connected consumer. So the panel, you've been wonderful. Thank you very much. And hopefully see you again. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you.
Please put your hands together and thank our panel. Okay, we are on to the session 3. So what we discussed so far is what is that new customer experience and how are we going to create that customer experience? And now we move on to business model. Okay, given that customer experience which is going to bring new customer value, how are we going to reinvent, reimagine, readjust our business models? So we have a panel session chaired by Rohan Jaivira, and we have 3 keynote addresses by Darren Gudaratna, Shanil Fernando, Imal Kalutata, and then we have 2 panelists, Deepan Nadaraja and Jerome Pereira. Jerome from MIT, and Deepan is a tech entrepreneur. If you look at the mix of speakers we bring in, we have people coming from global giants. Then we have, Sri Lanka's traditional, tech pioneers who put the Sri Lanka on a, tech map, world map. Then we have young entrepreneurs, okay, who are relatively unknown, but who are doing absolutely wonderful stuff in digital space. So that's the kind of a mix we are bringing in, because we are bringing in different perspectives, different experiences, with an objective of helping people to understand, okay, what the technology can do to, re-energize my business. So please welcome our panel for this 3rd session. Over to you, Rohan.
Could we have the mic? Thank you, Lakshman. You took 2 minutes away from us.
Is sir there?
Madam. He's at the bank, madam.
Ayyo, he could have paid my credit card bill, light bill, and also sent money to Piyal Puta.
Not to worry, madam. All done.
Sampath Online Banking. Convenient, easy, saves time.
Now sir can go to the bank quickly, no?
That's because I do all my banking with Sampath Online Banking. Sampath Bank. We present your future.
So, do we have any more messages? No. So, thank you, everyone. It's a good and a bad thing that we are the guys sitting before your lunch. We'll try to make it very interesting. It's been 3 sessions of very long, heavy content. I think I almost had hearing about Uber and Airbnb. But then we'll go through another session and see. Just to make everyone a little bit more exciting, could I ask everyone to stand up for a moment? Just because there's a, oh my God. Quickly. Right, a little bit stretching, done. 1.5 hours, 1:30 sharp, we are going to give everybody lunch break. So bear with us. Thank you very much. My name is Rohan Jaivira. I'm running an omni-channel digital services business. And here's our panel. Dylan, please sit down. Thank you very much. Just wanted to give you the bit of a stretching ability. Dylan, over to you, mate.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hungry, tired, and I'm in the way, so I'll try to make it quick. So I'm at MAS. I lead Bodyline, and I'm on the apparel board of MAS. And first thing to declare is that I'm not a techie. So all these guys spoke all these abbreviations. I don't understand any of it. I've not been trained. So I'm going to say stuff that I feel is business. I'm agnostic to technology. I love technology, but it's from a distance. So what do I know? I know a little bit about marketing. I know a little bit about supply chain, and I know business. So I'll tell you what technology can do for business and how we can make some money if we understand how to use it. So my team to talk about today is how do we deliver customer value, disrupt business models using technology. Where is it relevant? And frankly, I know there was a lot of conversation before this about how fashionable it is almost and how much we are in the dark ages and all of this. Personally, I don't care because of the fact that at the end of the day, we are where we are. We run the businesses we run in the country that we live in the region that we live in. And the idea is to do business better. And so we need to understand how do we do that and where is technology relevant. And I'm personally trying to explain that in a practical perspective. So if business is that, a very simple analysis of what innovation is. So all business evolves. No business stays the same because of technology, because the environment changes, because needs change. And to that extent, the answer is generally innovation. The answer is, how do I evolve my services, my products, to what my customers want? And I put, to simplify this, if that is, innovation is the answer to consumer evolution and how we meet those needs, I put two simple personalities because you can relate to both of them. Both are from technology. One is Steve Jobs and the other one is Michael Dell, right? What did they do? If you look at it, they both generated significant customer value because Apple, if my numbers are correct, is now the number one company in the world in terms of market value. I don't think Dell is there, but the owner came back and bought the company because he believes there's more to be done. But they had two significantly different approaches. Steve Jobs improved the consumer experience. He took an MP3 player that everybody's seen and nobody valued, put a button on it, and made 1,000 songs in your pocket, right? And gave a new experience. And by that, started that company on a new trend. Michael Dell did the opposite. He said, look, you're buying a laptop, you're buying a laptop, you're buying a laptop. How can I make this experience more efficient? How can I make money by automating, by digitizing, by taking this online, by making you do all the hard work, by making me not own the inventory, by making me take your money before I actually order a single piece, and made that process efficient. So I made the promise a constant, but I found a new way to deliver that promise using technology, right? And I created efficiency. So in summary of all of this conversation, digital and technology is about creating efficiency. Creating efficiency in new experiences, creating efficiency in the process, in the operating model. And by realizing that value, you become more competitive, you are able to proliferate your business, you are able to scale your business, and you are able to become relevant. This is the simple answer, and I may not be having too many abbreviations, but this is the simple answer as to why you would do what you would do. So if this is the answer, then I have a little bit of a shortage of time, but so I don't have to take any of these examples because they've been murdered to death from morning till now. So I can go quickly. But if you look at these business models in simple, there are two sides to this conversation again. Each of these business models are delivering. So on one side, operational efficiency. It is changing from an old world business model to a new world business model. And the others are digital natives, people who are coming into this new world and say, I'm going to disrupt the guys who are already doing this because they're not giving enough consumer value to the consumer, right? So basically, if you look at people like Airbnb or if you look at Uber, I don't want to go into details, what they're doing is they're using this new infrastructure, the new technology levers, the new shovels that we've invented with using technology and saying, I'm going to take all those costs out and I'm going to make it more convenient to you. And the ability, so the opportunity here is to see the ability, right? The ability to create this value, the ability to create this convenience. And frankly, you don't need to be a techie and be able to write code to understand how to improve an experience because you're going through this with every service, like Peter said, right? Every time you use a service, you understand, couldn't this have been better? If you can imagine when that could have been made better, and if you can imagine the theme, where could this have been better? Now you're on to something. Now you're on to something and you can dig your way back and figure out how that value can be delivered. Similarly, a business that is relevant for my world is Burberry. So these are fashion companies, and all of you would have heard that fashion companies are getting absolutely disrupted because of fast fashion, right? People who are going to the runways, looking at this and knocking it off in China and Ethiopia and frankly anywhere, and bringing it to market in 3 weeks' time before the guys who sold it for $3,000, there's a $30 version in the market, right? So Burberry went digital as an answer to this, right? They used social media, they used all of this to create hype, to create momentum, and they created a trend where people could buy that trend immediately online. They used the same technologies to align insights of all of their global outlets. They brought all those consumer insights and made it available to everybody so that they could serve the market better. So there are enough examples of incumbent companies which are absorbing digital, who are taking technology in and making themselves more capable to meet yesterday's consumer needs as well as tomorrow's consumer needs. So it's not only the startups, it's also guys like guys like us who can understand whether we are delivering efficiency or whether we are delivering new experiences and where do I apply this technology. It starts with strategy. So the third group of companies are people who are so technologically advanced, who have scale, who have resources, who have R&D capability, like Apple, who look at it and say, hey, that mobile phone market, those guys haven't done anything for years. And I have access to all of these capabilities. I have all of these insights. I can go and buy yesterday's technology, put it together, be an aggregator, and go kill them. Right? So there are those giants also, the Amazons, the Apples, the guys like that who have armories of such large capabilities. And then they're saying, that market, those guys are sleeping. Right? And I think I have enough capability because I buy 3 small companies, overlay them with technology, and I'm going to now go and create and dominate those markets. So broadly, these are the 3 areas that actually create value tomorrow. So my second word was business model. So what's a business model? There are so many terms thrown around, right? And there's strategy, there's business models, there's balance. Very simply, if you look at it, business model is the how of the what, right? A business model is, this is as 101 as I can get it, so that we can scale from here. The business model starts with 2 things. Who am I serving? What am I serving to them? Right? Who am I serving? What am I serving to them? Right? Then comes the model piece of what and how is my value, the value that I'm delivering, either through Uber, greater than competition, relevant to the environment. I think one of the topics that I felt was less answered in the morning is the relevance to the environment. There's a reason why technology adoption is low in Sri Lanka, because it is lower in relevance to the environment. It is, accessibility is lower, knowledge is lower, capital is lower. There are a lot of reasons. But where these opportunities are seen, knowledge is made available, people will go grab it. That's why Pick Me also came. We didn't speak about them, right? We didn't speak about them, but they also found a way to deliver that in this market. So where relevancy exists to the market, where competition and value can be summed up, we can serve our consumers. So this is very simple. So now to scale this conversation up to the next level, if this is a business model, I know a lot of you guys have done all the management jargon, so I'm not going to go in to try and explain the theory of this, right? But this is a very simplistic way of explaining a business model, which is basically out there, which is called the business model canvas. And what the example that I have taken here is an incumbent business, Netflix, and how they went digital. I'm not going to spend too much time explaining the management theory between business models, but broadly the business model canvas breaks up into 2 parts. One part is dealing with who I serve, what value proposition am I using to serve them. If this is who I serve and this is my value proposition, then there are 3 other things that are important. One is what are the relationships that I need to manage, whether it is passive or direct. What are the channels, whether I'm going through wholesale, retail, mobile, whatever it is, what are the channels that I need to access this consumer through? And how do I make money? How do I make money is specific because it sounds obvious from an old world business model, but it isn't today, right? In digital models, there are freemium models where I give something free, but I make money on the side through advertising, or I show something free, but when somebody goes and clicks on the link, I get taken to site. So there are many ways that you can make money, which are not directly related to it. So how I make money today in terms of revenue streams is a slightly more complicated art. On the left extreme side is the supply conversation, right? That talks about, very simply, key activities, key resources, partners. Now, I'm not going to do all of this from the beginning, but if you broadly look at Netflix, for all of you who know it, they used to ship CDs. They used to ship CDs to people who wanted to watch movies, didn't go to the movie, but they were people who wanted to do that on demand at home, but people still had to make that choice as a value proposition and do it in advance and wait 1 week for it. Now, digital was, when digital started disrupting them, they converted their business very simply to streaming. Now, they've taken this business from streaming to another whole new level of anticipating people like HBO and other people coming and disrupting them, to even going and creating their own content, which is like the Game of Thrones. So broadly speaking, I don't have time to go into this because I promised Lakshman I'll finish in 15 minutes. But broadly speaking, a business model is very simple. Why did I put this out there? I put this out there so that you can make your choices. Today, digital is not always an imperative. When you go to an airport shop, right, and there's an iPad to order, do you pay a high price or a low price? generally you pay a lower price because it's a standardized service, right? So you have created operational efficiency, you pay a lower price because now I have reduced my manpower in that, I have created accuracy, and you make your own choices. If you go to a high-priced fine dining restaurant, do you expect to be given an iPad and do all the work? No. You expect a guy to come in a fine suit, and he's now giving you an experience, right? That experience costs more money than the technology in an iPad. These are choices that you have to make real time. This is the promise you make. And you need to pull back and not say, I'm going to get flooded with technology and not understand the promise I make. You need to understand the customer, you need to understand the promise, and you need to understand the economics and the competition when you make this promise. And then that does not mean that you don't do everything automated, but you might do that in the back end to the place that is not personalized. These are the choices you will make to make your business work, to proliferate your business, to make your business relevant to the customer promise that you're making. And I think the ability to understand the digital physical divide practically makes solid, good entrepreneurs, people who can then make those decisions efficiently. So now, back again to something a little bit more practical. This is information I took off Capgemini Consulting. So this basically, I mean, consultants put everything into a 2x2 quadrant. So basically also another 2x2 quadrant. But in summary, talks about two things. One is, are companies capable of leadership in the digital? Are they good? Is there good leadership management capability to understand the future, do strategic planning, and say this is the direction and bring some governance into it? The other one, the straight axis on the y-axis is talking about, is there deep digital capability, right? And there are 4 quadrants where if I knew the name will itself show you what they mean. Beginners, people who are not committed or do not have enough knowledge. Fashionistas, people who have great digital capability but are trying everything on the planet but don't understand how to integrate them. Digital masters who have a vision, who have governance, who have capability to use digital where it makes sense. And people who are conservatives, who are understanding of digital but are not pervasively applying it. If you look at this, now the slides at the bottom, just take them as indicators because I'm not Capgemini, I just wanted to get these facts, right? Number one is that at the end of the day, our businesses, is their revenue generation efficiency impacted by going digital? And if you look at the right extreme column, digital masters 9% plus on average. So this is, I don't want to get into this, the fundamentals of the survey, but generally 9% of them have a higher revenue generation efficiency. Number 2, do they have higher profitability? 26% plus impact on profitability where they have used digital effectively. These 2 should be enough for you to understand whether you should explore the topic. As I said, there are more eminent speakers on what you should do. But broadly, that's the impact that you should see if you imply it properly. How? 2 minutes to go. How? Broadly 2 areas again, right? I told you this at the beginning. You have to analyze how your particular industry is or your business is getting affected first. Am I going after creating new consumer experiences? Am I going to let them order their products through online like Starbucks are doing? Am I going to start delivering them their product home? What am I going to do? Am I creating new experiences, making my experiences more efficient? That's one choice. Second choice is, am I making my backend better? Now, for guys like me who my chair almost an hour said we are fashionably talking about everything but not doing anything much, right? The other part of it is also on an operational side, there's a lot to be done behind the curtain. How do I optimize my supply chain, my operations? How do I take the downtime out? How do I optimize the people who are working for me? How do I ensure that information is pervasive? How do I enable them to access those things? So on an operational side, we can integrate and we can deliver far better. When I bring these 2 to a common vision, when I know where I'm going, I can choose my technology for efficiency, I can choose my technology for customer experience, and I build a model that can start delivering this with a common, that's part 3. That's when I understand what's coming in the future, have the right vision and an imagination to basically build a business which is operationally efficient but also delivers better value to the customer. So if that is the case, what are the things, what are the capabilities that we need to look at a very summary level? First thing is that we want to sell more. So in other words, how do I optimize my channels? Do I go online? Do I give my customers the ability to design online? Do I sell more? Do I go direct to consumer? Gap uses omni-channel, which means they're pervasive between physical and digital. The second one is analytics. Today, we do design and development for some of the better companies, including Victoria's Secret. And how do we gather insight? By social listening. We listen to the Facebook pages of the brands, we listen to the chatter, and we listen to what they are unhappy with and the things that they wish they had. That becomes our insight for the next designs that we build. 3, communities of collaboration. So we can create our own little groups that actually talk about what's coming in. So nothing to shy, we develop fashion bras, but so what we want to discuss, we want to create our own community of opinion leaders who are actually thinking about what's coming next. How do I bring that into my design process? Lastly, digitally, basically what I told you earlier again, and I think Imal will talk about it again, engage supply chain, what can we do with IoT, and all 4 of these things, how they modernize my business model. So I'll make these 2 slides the same. Again, I put simple symbols to show you what do we do in business, right?
Sorry, Dylan, 1 minute more.
Yeah, 1 minute, yeah, cool. So basically what do we do in business? A couple of things. One is we do market sensing, we do design and development, we do innovation, we have to manage our assets better, we have to sweat our assets and optimize them, we have to manage our talent better, we have to manage supply chain better, and we have to deliver this value finally to the customer, right? If we look at this, so at every stage, even if we look at keeping the value chain as it is, there is enough opportunity for us to, I'm going to go straight into the next slide because I'm over time. But if in terms of sensing consumer, this is our world. We can listen, we can use analytics, we can use social listening to gain insights about the customer. In innovation, design and development, we have the ability to co-create with our customers, co-create with our retailers. We can do multi-level product lifecycle management systems. In terms of innovation, we are into wearables, we are into a lot of these areas that are essentially creating new products for the future. Talent optimization is another thing. We are able to take succession planning, performance optimization, skill rotation, all of this from the top to the least known employee of the company, right? And lastly, because I need to go faster, there are 3 pictures there which I would like to just explain very quickly. Number 1 is a digital bra, they say. Now this company is nowhere, but just look at the imagination. What they're essentially saying is that you can take a picture, a selfie of yourself, and they'll be able to suggest your size. They'll be able to suggest the brands. So that's one component, how they're doing. Number 2 is a mirror. You go and stand in front of the mirror. Let's say this mirror was at your home, right? And you will be able to select the clothing that is best looks on you, and you never have to go anywhere. So these are the possibilities. So I'll stop here because I'm off time. Yep. But my final statement is value is to be created. Choose your levers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. And I think I have plenty of questions on this. We'll come back to that. Right. Next speaker is Shanil from Cake Labs. Over to you, Shanil. I will also request you to stick to the time because it's not our fault. It's the previous sessions, Lakshman.
While he brings that up, Lakshman, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present today and be a part of this very distinguished panel. So originally,
there's some kind of error on the screen. Do we have the Microsoft person?
Since we are unable to connect right now, please check your network and try again later.
Takes the fun out of digital, isn't it?
All right, so originally when I was going to give this presentation, it was really about leveraging smart technologies and business models integrated around customer needs, right? So I did something very Silicon Valley style. I actually included the word disruptive here. And what I'm going to really talk about is some disruptive business models that have been created. You've heard some of it before, but I've also talked about how we are potentially disrupting the restaurant industry my company, Cake, formerly known as DeepSet, with a larger company. So a few things I'm going to talk about. One is an amazing opportunity that we're in front of, which is the multi-trillion-dollar platform that's connecting billions of people with billions of devices, right? You heard this connectivity discussion, I think, even in the past, but this is a really valuable way to make a lot of money. Dylan was talking about making money in this sense. What is driving this growth? There are 4 fundamental things. Some companies have actually built billion-dollar businesses, disruptive industries in this area. We'll talk a bit about it, but I'd like to understand what do they have in common, right? What do they have in common, and how can you use that in your businesses, right? Big businesses find it very difficult to disrupt the industry, right? There's a big difference between incremental innovation and disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation, you're actually changing an entire industry. Big companies find it very difficult to do that. I'll talk about why. And then finally, we have built this business model with Cisco, a very large company, 45-year-old company, it's a Fortune 100 company, and Cake was a small startup trying to disrupt the restaurant industry. I'll talk about that business model and the relationship and how that's going, right? So you heard about this before. Today, there are about 3.5 billion people connected on the internet with over 5 billion devices, right? People are connected all the time through laptops, tablets, smartphones, Internet of Things, and so on. New devices are getting connected every day, right? They say by 2025, all cars will be connected. The homes are getting connected, kitchens, fridges, smartwatch. A lot of people have that. Even toilets are getting connected, right? I don't know how successful this is going to be, but I want my toilet connected, but everything is getting connected. So what's driving this change? There are 4 fundamental things that are really driving this change, right? Number 1 is the access to low-cost, high-speed internet. Number 2, smartphones, right? Today, you can get a smartphone for less than $100 that was having the computing power 5 years ago on a desktop, right? Cloud computing, we heard about that. One thing that's underestimated a lot is about simple to use technology products. People love simplicity. People love products that are simple and convenient to use. In the past, we were given products that are very cumbersome, very difficult to use. But if you look at the products today, the user interface, the design, everything is very simple. And that's something very, very important. So this platform is growing at a tremendous rate. I'm sure you would have heard about data around this, but by 2020, they say 4 billion people will be connected with over 20 billion devices, right? So some companies have really been able to disrupt industries capitalizing on this platform. You heard these companies, so I'm not going to hack it again because I think it's been heard before. Uber, massive company, Airbnb, Netflix, Dylan talked about. These are multi-billion-dollar businesses that have really been able to change the industry that they're operating in, right? Netflix, I just want to spend 2 minutes. They killed Blockbuster, a very traditional business. But more importantly, they're potentially going to kill network TV. And the fundamental reason here is that traditionally, network TV was, okay, I want to watch a movie at 7 o'clock on HBO. I had to be there at 7 o'clock to watch that movie. People don't want to do that anymore. People are much more busier, and they want to do things at their time, right? So I'd much rather watch that movie in the evening when I get home, when I have time to do that, right? So the cable companies are having a big problem with companies like Netflix coming in, and they're also going to go and disrupt the actual movie industry because now they are making their own movies, right? And the biggest advantage that they have with across the movie industry that people like Time Warner or Sony don't have is the fact that they own the delivery channel. They own the channel that this product is going to be delivered straight to the consumer, right? Here's a potential unicorn. And in the Silicon Valley terms, we call a unicorn a company that is $1 billion. This is a very interesting company, very simple product. I have a short video I'd like to just show about this. Can you play it or play it here?
Do we? Can we get someone to just check whether?
Yeah. No. You can receive that.
It is.
Enjoy this.
So it is a fantastic case study.
Yeah.
I'm just worried whether I should tell the name or wait till you show the video.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop up. Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
All right, so a very simple company, like a very simple product. I'm sure a lot of the males here would really understand the problem that they're trying to solve. We got to shave every day, and that's painful, right? And it's not only is it painful, but to have to go to the store and get very expensive blades makes it very difficult, right? So this company has cracked this problem. They're based out of California. They're a $600 million company today. All they do is for $1 a month, they ship your razors, right? Yeah, and they're a potential unicorn. They have about 2 million users as members right now. So what do these companies have in common? I talked about a few unicorns that have already built it, and here's an example of a company that is a potential unicorn, right? Their product is very, very simple, right? Typically, these products are not built by industry insiders. These are built by people who are not in that industry, who can see it and realize there's a lot of inefficiency in this industry, right? They're not having complex infrastructures. They're actually building on that multi-trillion-dollar platform that I talked about. They're using infrastructure that's already there. And they're what we call full stack, right? Full stack means you're not just connecting to a consumer and maybe another business. You're actually changing the entire industry. You're actually redefining that industry by even doing things that are not technology oriented. And finally, they're solving an old problem. They're solving an old problem in a brand new way using that platform, right? So here's a statement that I like to make, and this is a bit controversial to what I think the session before. We believe you cannot disrupt by asking your customers and only listening to your customers and understanding what they want, right? Because they may not necessarily know, but there's a big difference between what a customer wants and what a customer needs. Few examples, right? So if you look at a taxi company, if a taxi company was to ask a customer what they would have wanted, a customer would have said, I want cleaner, more comfortable cars, not an Uber platform, right? Hilton, they do this every week, right? They run surveys and ask customers, rate the service, what do they need? I'm sure the customers are going to say, I want high quality service, right? Not an Airbnb platform. Blockbuster went bust. I'm sure they had surveys. What would they ask their customers? Customers would have wanted a variety of, much more variety in their movies and so on, right? So we strongly believe that you can't disrupt an industry, and big companies can't do this because typically they're centered around what the customer really wants. And there's a big difference between what a customer wants and needs, right? But again, what I would say is that what people really value most is simplicity and convenience, right? So why is it that big companies can't disrupt? Traditionally, they have a set plan, they have a certain way of doing things, and they're not as flexible, right? And why not? You know, they're potentially disrupting an existing product line if they go against it. Decisions are made by committees, and they're not fast. Decisions are a lot data-driven, right? Sometimes you may not have the data to make those decisions. The more successful a company, the reluctant to change because of failure, right? Failure is a loss of credibility. Startups don't have this problem, and they have nothing to lose, right? So they are much more disruptive, they'll challenge the industry and so on. And that's the main reason Tesla, a new incumbent to the car industry, produces and designs cars like this with 300,000 pre-orders for their Model 3 that came out last week, and a company like Nissan that has much more money, much more capital, much more factories, produces a Nissan Leaf, predominantly because if they can produce a much sleeker design car, it's going to disrupt the existing product line, right? So the model that we have created with Cisco is Cisco, a large company. I'll give you a quick intro onto that. They're a 45-year-old company. Their revenue last year was just under $50 billion. They have access to 500,000 of the million restaurants in the US, right? So they were struggling, okay, how do I participate in this platform? And what they did was they invested in us. At Cake, our vision now always has been to ensure that anytime a consumer interacts with a restaurant, it's in one of our products, right? We are a 5-year-old company, and when Cisco came to us, they realized they need to figure out how to disrupt this industry. They can't do it by themselves. Let's partner with someone who can. So what Cake really does is really changing the entire consumer experience with the merchant around the restaurant industry, right? This is a massive market. It's a $660 billion market. And what really happens when a consumer wants to go to a restaurant, right? Take an example, you land in New York, you want to find a restaurant. We call that the discovery phase. The top part of that diagram is called the discovery. I want to find a restaurant. What's a good restaurant? What's a good steakhouse in New York, right? Then you go in to make a reservation. I want to go to that restaurant. Maybe I call ahead. The arrival, the order, the entire operation inside the restaurant, the payment, and the loyalty, which is after you pay, how do you get this person back, right? So this is a massive industry, and it's plagued by a lot of inefficiencies with multiple different players in this market, right? Yelp is a leader in discovery. They're about a $2 billion company. OpenTable, another $2.6 billion company in the reservation space. Micro's a leader in the POS space. It's about a $5.3 billion company. And Square in the payment space, a $3.8 billion company, right? The issue here is that a consumer has to go through multiple different products to get that entire experience, from finding a restaurant, coming in, ordering your food, paying, and so on, right? So that's the problem that Cake tries to solve. What we have created is a single platform that does that entire thing from finding the restaurant to the end, right? That way the consumer deals with one single product over multiple different products. It's the same for the merchant. They don't have to work with multiple different vendors. So what makes this business model beneficial? Cisco gives us access to a massive market, capital, and also allows us to operate independently, right? We provide an opportunity for a big company, Cisco, to participate in this massive platform and a method for them to improve their customer experience and also have access to a large amount of data. So Cake platform today, we rolled out in the US October in 2015. We are in virtually every part of the United States.
Shanil, 1 minute. Less than a minute.
Yeah. We do about $1 billion of revenue that goes through our platform every single year. And this is growing at a exponential speed. About $3 million every single day. We set 45 million consumers last year alone. On a single day, 16,000. And we process about 130,000 orders in a single day, right? And because of this partnership, we are growing with Cisco at 250% year on year. Last year, we grew at 250% year on year. So finally, my message is this multi-trillion-dollar platform is here to stay and it's growing. Either you have to get good at working on it, or you need to acquire someone who's good at working on it, or you're going to be disrupted by someone who's actually going to destroy your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanir. I think expanding on what you said about customers, Henry Ford also said if you had asked people what they wanted, he said better, faster, stronger horses. So that's, I think, is a same thing. Never ask the customers type of thing if you want to disrupt the industry. So next, Imal from Ensinga, good old friend, goes back about 8 years. And yeah, Imal, over to you, mate.
Can I have the clicker? You have the clicker?
When anything is possible, where do you begin?
When trillions of things can be connected, which things should you connect?
Forget the big picture. Start small.
Because the Internet of Things
Begins with your things.
Make the most of systems you already have in place.
use familiar devices or services in new ways.
Tap into the cloud for better scale and control. Turn your data into insights.
And insights into results.
It's time to stop running your business.
And start making it thrive.
Because beginning with one thing,
My thing.
your thing,
Can change everything.
welcome to the Internet of Your Things.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? All right. So already 1 minute gone, so I'll try to quickly get through the presentation and, get to the panel discussion.
Could we have the slides, please?
Yeah. Can you see the slides?
Slides are not, okay.
Okay, good. All right. So we talked lots about smart technologies and how the smart technologies can disrupt business models or come up with innovative business models. Nowadays, everything gets smarter, right? So smart homes, smartphones, and now smart factories. The point I want to make here is that some of these smart technologies are merely technology push. Things like smartphones or smart homes are technology innovation, technology push. But when it comes to things like smart factories, those are market pull. Consumers or the manufacturers are demanding for it. So that's the difference when it comes to smart factories. Now let's look at what are those driving forces behind smart factories. We talk a lot about consumer experience. Consumers like us, we have our own persona, we have our own taste, and we like differentiated customer experience. Brands like Nespresso, in few years they became global brands by just delivering a simple customer experience by introducing different colors of coffees with different tastes. And what does it mean to the manufacturers? It means now people who used to produce 100,000 units with one style now have to produce that 100,000 units with probably 100 styles. Now the challenge is, how do I manufacture those small quantities yet profitably? And how do I change my manufacturing facility quickly to adapt to the new style or the new product? right? So this throws the whole concept of economies of scale out of the window. Now that drives the requirement for smart factories. How do I build small quantities profitably? And how do I change quickly from style to style? And how do I have this kind of factory which is adaptable to the demands of the consumers? Now this is only be possible with the evolution of technologies like IoT and analytics. If you look at IoT and analytics, it's not only drive the requirement for smart factories, it drives a bigger revolution, which is called Industry 4.0. The first industrial revolution happens when the steam engine was invented. That was in 1700s. Second industrial revolution happens, we all know, when Henry Ford invented the conveyor belt. And the third industrial revolution happened a few decades back when the microelectronics and computer systems comes into the production or to the industry. Now the fourth industrial revolution happening with the evolutions of IoT and analytics, and they being affordable to be used. Now let's look at the challenges of going through this journey. What are the challenges of building smart factories with Industry 4.0 aligned technologies? The challenges can be different from different market or different industry. If you look at high-tech manufacturing in European markets, the conversations are around, okay, I have these lots of sensors coming out of these machines or data coming out of these machines. Humongous amount of data comes at a very high speed. How do I analyze them? How do I make sense out of it? How do I find actionable insights out of it with this humongous amount of data? But when you look at the challenges in this part of the world, it's not so much about the size of the data. Not so much about the speed of the data. It's more of how do I extract data from these highly manual, highly labor-intense environments. For example, apparel, right? Can you go and fit lots of sensors in those environments? The answer is no, because it's highly manual, highly labor intense. So what do? So you have to do the reverse. You have to eliminate lots and lots of sensors and find a way to yet collect data economically. So we have learned through the hard way that in these environments, lots of sensors not going to work. Of course, there are technologies. If you use vision as a sensor, a camera, if a superhuman watches you out of here and try to understand your movements and try to link it back to your productivity, efficiency, and defects. So can we use a camera or a vision as a sensor without disrupting the environment? So these are some of the thoughts we have. Or can we use, everyone use a mobile phone, everyone knows how to use a tab. Can we use these kind of technologies to quickly collect some of the data in those environments? And that will allow you to quickly change, because if something needs to be changed, you don't have to rewire, reposition your sensors. You can quickly change the application on the device, right? So the point here is I'm trying to make, the problems are different in different geographies and different industries. We need to be able to solve all these problems. Now, journey to smart factories. It's not a destination. You can't buy a system, a big ERP system, and say that, you're on a smart factory from tomorrow. It's not going to happen. So when you walk into the factories, you would see lots and lots of manual work. The papers, data entry operators, lots of Excel sheets. So the first step of this journey is to digitization. We talk a lot about digitization, but it's all about converting this knowledge in someone's head or the piece of paper into a digital asset. And some of these technologies which I'm talking about may be in existence for the last 10 years. But has it been affordably used? Has it been flexibly used? That's a question mark. Now, once you digitize this data, once you interconnect using technologies like Wi-Fi or 3G makes it more affordable to use. Now, I have a simple question. The second step, we've been using a Google a lot in the consumer world to search information. But when you want to search information inside your factory or inside your organization, it's difficult. Why? Because what you do is you capture data, put it in a database, a schema, and then you run some kind of query or reporting on top of it, and you try to extract it. And the next day you want to change it, you have to find a programmer to change your schemas or database structures. It's a 6-month project. But if you take an approach of capturing events in this kind of dynamic environments and put it in a search engine and use search kind of mechanism to quickly do the changes, it will be much more easier. So the second aspect, the visualization real time, is really tied down to how we capture data. So that's the second step of getting into the smart factory. And the third step of the smart factories is how do you really use this collected information, collected over a period of time, and use that to predict the behaviors of the factories. Now, as you collect data over 3 months or 6 months or 1 year period, you can get better outcomes, better predictions, and get those insights on the go to the right people at the right time. Now, what we have realized over a period of time, and what we're trying to do here, is building this concept of replaying or fast forwarding a factory. What if it's possible for you to sit down on your weekend with your tab, being able to play back your factory and understand how the hell I had a bad production run on Friday versus I had a perfect production run on Thursday. What happened? And how do I, drill down what operations or what machines, what people cause the productivity loss, and intensify the good employees based on the good work they have done. So these are some of the use cases which will be possible if you capture the data in the right way in the event capturing method and put it in a search kind of environment. Use analytic models, predictive analytics model to, derive those outcomes. Now, if you look at the sector, the manufacturing sector in this region, in Southeast Asia, emerging markets, it's huge, about 25,000 factories. Now, how do you make sure the technologies we are developing is scalable to these markets? It's not possible to approach 25,000 factories and have IT footprint in each one of these factories and to offer them insight. It's not affordable. So the only way to do that, use cloud as enabler and use mobility as a technology to deliver those outcomes.
1 minute.
So what we truly believe is having the power of cloud and mobility coupled with analytics and keep the IT footprint as minimum as possible, use few sensors, few cameras on the factories, use technologies like wireless and 3G to bring that data into central location and expand. Now, our approach for Industry 4.0, the smart factories, has been recognized internationally. As a company with Sri Lankan core, we are really happy about it. We've been selected as one of the top startups, most exciting startups in the region. And we featured in Channel News Asia for 8 episodes. And we won some of the awards like Investors' Choice as most investable company and the People's Choice as the most voted company. Some of you may have voted for us. Thanks for that. And finally, what we want to do is to be part of driving this 4th industrial revolution in Asia and emerging markets using Sri Lanka as a launchpad. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mal. Really appreciate it. And as a Sri Lankan, extremely proud of your achievements. I don't think a lot of people knew that you have won that award from the Singapore government for a startup. Amazing feat. So we have the rapid fire panel discussion now, no fault of ours. But before that, I also would like to request one thing. This particular session is about business models and customer experience. There's a fantastic book by Peter Thiel, who is a founder of PayPal. It's called 0 to 1. He talks about being able to find mysteries in whatever the industry you are in. Like here, Airbnb, Facebook, all of that is already done. You try not to be another one of those people who are trying to do that and be able to achieve success. I think in Sri Lanka, I want to bring everything down. We spoke about a lot of international examples. So I want to bring it down to Sri Lanka level and ask very Sri Lankan examples so that 250 people waiting for lunch can get some meaning out of this and go for lunch and try to come back and maybe implement it tomorrow, right? So I think there's mysteries in energy sector, there's mysteries in financial sector, plenty. And then there are kind of mysteries in education sector in Sri Lanka that need to be addressed. So 3 of you spoke. Let me just speak with Theepan. Theepan, great to have you here.
Hey, thanks.
Just take, I know we are on rapid fire, 30 seconds, quick introduction to you, why you are in this panel. And then, it's important. And then also tell us a little bit about, we spoke a little bit about disruptive software development. How does that join into business model and customer experience?
Hi, everybody. I am Theepan. I have been in this software industry for the last 12 years. About a couple of months back, I started my own company to focus on disruptive software solutions. People say ideas are cheap and execution is hard. When our customers have disrupting innovative idea, we help them technically realize that idea. So already we are building 2 platforms. This year, they will hit Sri Lankan markets. So that is about my profile. So if you look at disruption, as Shanil pointed out, basically it entirely changes the market. It entirely brings in a new market by disrupting the existing one. So unless it brings a new market, new business models, new businesses, and creates an entirely new ecosystem, it is not disruptive. Innovation can be disruptive or it may not. Innovation is something that produces next bigger value to an existing product or a service. But disruption is entirely different. It brings in a new market. So if you look at the platforms that we are producing, they are purely Sri Lankan built. And I'm sorry, I couldn't reveal the ideas here. But one of them, what we have accomplished now, which will be released very soon, is a chat bot for shops, these SMEs. Basically, you can take your phone and chat with all these shops. Basically, our chat bots will respond as if people in the shops are responding. We will be providing web portal for the shops to log in, and populate content. And then our systems will take those content and respond to the people. You can ask anything you want about the shops.
Yeah.
So
great, Theepan. I think that can be used for getting people to apply for bank loans, which I think in the previous session said people don't apply even when you provide 1-button loans, I think, because people want that connectivity. So great, we'll come back to that as much as possible. Jerome, quick introduction. I know you're working for Millennium IIT. You obviously heads and works on analytics, part of the business, and you have been working with Sri Lanka. What is the biggest problem with our customers in terms of really telling them how a new business model should be implemented? Let me answer that question. I hope you don't mind the financial sector. If you're having the same process of getting a loan approved on digital, I think that is not necessarily a new business model, right? So you need to also create a different business model around how you people can apply and get that done. So that's a new invention that happens. So is that happening in Sri Lanka? Are people open?
To a certain extent, I think. Now, if you look at it, and we've been talking about disruptive business models, I think the objective is to try and go beyond where the industry standards are, try and do something new. So when talking about customer experience and different customer models, one thing I feel is that most organizations are thinking about it the same way. They are looking at acquiring customers. They are looking at how can they reach out to new customers and get them on board. But maybe what you should be thinking is something different. Maybe what you should be thinking is, how am I going to retain my customers? And how can I adjust, or how can I design my analytics and my business practices and my strategies to retain the customers and increase the value, rather than trying to gain new customers on board and compete with your competition, basically. So that's basically what I think.
Sure, great. Dylan, MAS, big boy company. Let me ask you this question, right? You are, in my mind, and I'm wrong, I am assuming, you're a B2B player. I mean, what is this business model and customer user experience you're talking about? I think it sounds really great on the PowerPoint, but do you really do that?
So a couple of things. One is that I think you have to understand the evolution of the organization, because we are not only a B2B player now, and I don't specifically mean only Amante. And I'll answer that one first, which is that we've also created we've also partnered, co-invested in a new business, which was co-innovated by us, which is called Things, right? So that's in the consumer space, which uses all the things I spoke about along the value chain. So that's left aside. Let's talk about other companies. If you look at the business model, and I think you challenged me adequately when we had a chat yesterday, saying that, are we still doing stitching with a nice facelift, right? I think the answer is that the big players, all industry has consolidated. The big players have evolved into something similar to Flextronics, Foxconn, and the bigger in the electronics industries, which is, we are not only a manufacturing solution, but we are an ODM, original design solution. Speaking about my own business, we have partnered Nike for the last 7-8 years in co-developing their most innovative products. We have worked with them in co-creating the product that went to the Olympics, the products that,
Yeah, how is that impacting your business model?
Well, at the end of the day, I think a business model is there to generate revenue and profit, right? So what we have done is, so the simple answer that I go back to what I said, is it increasing my revenue? Is it increasing my profitability? Is it increasing my sustainability? And it has done all three of those. It has increased revenue because I've gone into new markets, right? High-tech markets, which have better profitability. It has grown my top line, right? It has it has improved the skill levels and knowledge levels of my employees, which makes me, right, my business more sustainable in the new age. If I was essentially in the backward era and doing all of that, then the next guy who goes to Bangladesh or Ethiopia is going to take me out.
Understood. Shanil, quick question. We have about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes now. I think this is what Lakshman said, the difference between me and you. Now, obviously, you built a business completely from scratch, right? And now you are in a global player. But it's a very different business model from what I would think when you come out of A-levels or O-levels, or you're thinking about setting up a business that you, I mean, I would like to understand, is there a particular way of thinking for you when you're approaching handling a new business model? Whether it's be technology driven or otherwise, you didn't go with the traditional ways of doing that, right? You developed a completely different way, maybe. How did you arrive at that?
No, so how we came up with Leap Set then and Now Cake is really understanding an industry, right? And really understanding what are the inefficiencies in that industry. And when we looked at this about 5 years ago, we realized that the payment industry was something that was very inefficient, even in the United States, right? And that was an area that we wanted to attack. At the same time, about 5 years ago, you would have realized that small to medium businesses, that's when they started getting access to technology. Before that, it was only the large companies, the medium to larger companies that had access to technology. So we realized there are small to medium businesses that are getting access to and getting on this platform. And we thought, okay, there has to be an intersection between payments and the small to medium businesses that are just starting on this. How do you build a product?
So why did you think like that?
Sorry?
Why did you think like that?
Because I think the opportunity was huge, right? It's always easy to build a product or disrupt an industry when they're starting to get into technology, right? That's when the opportunity is there. That's why you get a lot of companies starting at that time. Originally, we were across small to medium businesses. We focused on restaurants much later.
Right. Good. Quick question, Imal. Is the future going to be knowledge-based value proposition? And then we'll do a 1 round of closing remarks, and then we'll wind up the show. Imal, there's a question from the audience, and I thought I'll just ask you. The question is the future going to be knowledge-based value proposition? Your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts is, yeah, future is going to be knowledge base, but it's about how do you really operationalize that knowledge. Now, knowledge can be someone's head, right? We talks about lot about analytic data model and scientists creating this knowledge-based data model to predict what's going to happen to the business. But what I believe is real value comes when you find a technology to really operationalize it, to bring that into a device, a mobile, wherever you are, whenever you go, and whether you be able to access it, right? So if you operationalize that knowledge, and that is the value that you're going to create to disrupt the business model.
Right. Great. Imal, I know Lakshman is giving me all the odd looks already. Love to stay here and chat to you all day, but can't. So, Prateepan, could we have a closing remarks, and then we'll kind of close for lunch, sorry, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah. So basically, if we look at the Sri Lankan industry, there are lots of different verticals which are yet to be disrupted. As Rohan said, fintech is one, health is another, then education and learning. So all these, these big players are concentrating into US and and in Western countries, and now they are trying to look into India and China. But we have the resources to disrupt and bring about the talent and highlight the potential that Sri Lanka can create to the global stage. Still, there are initially the disruption was thought to be hard, but it is really not. If you look at Uber, the Uber app, Uber platform can be created if you have the right resources in 1 month. But now it's a multi-billion-dollar company. If you look at Facebook, when it became a billion-dollar company, like the platform wasn't very, very efficient or very, robust. So, but now as times, pass, now the disruption gets, even harder. Now, virtual reality or hologram or artificial intelligence and robotics, all these are very complicated. So now it is the time for us to utilize the resources we have and identify the potentials and the opportunities out there, and execute and get our solutions to the market and highlight our potential to the global stage.
Jerome, quickly, 30-second, right? Sure. Here's a question also. Is the data science is being used in Sri Lanka, number one? And your final thoughts, touch on customer experience a bit, appreciate it.
Sure. As to is data science used in Sri Lanka now, the data science, if you look at the definition of it, I don't want to go into specifics, but it's the application of data technologies, things like analytics to drive some sort of value. We are talking about business value most of the time. And there are lots of things or elements that comes into what you call data science. So to answer the question simply, yes, up to a certain extent, but there are things that I don't think that is commonplace in the market in terms of research and in terms of applications in Sri Lanka. So there's a bit of growing up or a bit of improvements that we have to do in those areas, but definitely we are going in that direction. And as per the final comment, so basically we've been talking about creating value and using data to create value. And I think there are 3 elements that needs to come together. First is the technology. We are talking about the analytics and the technologies. The second one will be the business know-how or the domain knowledge. So you need some sort of domain knowledge to apply the technology to get what you need out of those technologies. And of course, the third part is the implementation. And this is where most organizations fail. It's that they don't have a plan for implementing all these technologies, the information, the intelligence you're getting out of the systems. There's no methodical way to manage it and to drive the value. So, yeah.
Thank you, panelists. I know it was one of those really awkward panel discussions in terms of time. Again, Lakshman, over to you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together and thank panelists. Thanks so much, Rohan. Moderating that very short Q&A. That also requires very special skills. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for patiently waiting for 5 hours and listening to 5 different sessions actually. So that is quite unusual for Sri Lankan audience to sit in one place and listen to sessions of 5 hours. So I greatly appreciate and I admire your attention you paid for this conference. And I believe that is also a testament to that your willingness to change, your willingness to acquire new knowledge. So we are breaking for lunch and we'll be back sharp at 2:15. Lunch is served upstairs. And what we discussed in the morning, what is happening and why is it happening. Afternoon is going to be how are we going to make that transformation happen. So thank you so much once again, and let's meet up at 2:15.